I'd like to welcome everyone here tonight to our first official city council meeting in the new city hall. And it looks like we're using our space wisely. We'll start out with an invocation from Cyril Lundin, and Chris invited her. And so Chris, if you'd like to introduce her.
Thank you, yes. She's a member of our Orem City Youth Council and has been a bright part of that process this year, and looking forward to that continuing into the future, and just very grateful to have her here representing this wonderful group of young students and those that participate in understanding more about the city through that Youth Council program. So we'll invite her to now come forth and offer the prayer.
What is best for all of the members here in Orem and for all of the citizens. Please bless that they will know what is right and what is best and where they can put their money and where to spend their time. So very grateful for everything that we have to say these things.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have our joint police fire honor guard present the colors and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The audience, please stand. Thank you. Well, we've got a full agenda tonight. And I might say this a time or two, but this is a historic night in that this is our first time to be in the new city council chambers. And so all of you that are here this will be something you'll always remember, because I don't think there'll be another city building built in our lifetime. I do want to encourage everyone we've got some issues tonight that are fairly controversial. And so I want to invite everyone to also remember that this is Kindness Week in Orem. And so to express your opinions in a kind way. And and along that line, if there's anyone who's got any signs or anything that they're holding up or bringing, I'd encourage you to put those down, actually, just in the interest of decorum and keeping things positive. There is free speech, but in the rules of decorum, I'd encourage you to keep those down. Let's start out with item 8.1. We've got a presentation on Orem Birthday Kindness Week recap and One Kind Act a Day acknowledgements. And Carrie will present that to us.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate you recognizing that we just had our Kindness Week. We celebrated our 106th birthday as Orem City last Monday, May 5th. We also had our Kindness Week that week. We offered 500 yard signs that were made available to the public, and several banners were placed around the city center and the recreation center. Social media posts daily prompted doing One Kind Act a Day to do our wonderful residents, such as 3 compliments to people, kindness in our family, kindness in our neighborhood, kindness in schools, and kindness in our workplaces. Our police department school resource officers gave out kindness citations when they witnessed youth doing something kind and are continuing to do so throughout the week. Those kindness citations came with a free treat graciously donated by one of our local businesses, The Chocolate. Our youth council also performed a kindness service project by cleaning up the All Together playground on April 10th. We accumulated both celebrations by doing a service project by planting flowers on Saturday, May 10th at Nilson's Grove Park, served treats to participants, and had an Indian flute group, the Orem Senior Friendship Center's Timpanogos Flute Circle, playing throughout the park, and the Orem Royalty and Senior Royalty. We've also had a fun children's craft project of painting rocks at the park with our partner One Kind Act a Day. We have a video that recaps this week, and then after the video, we have an exciting opportunity to listen to the Chantettes, and they will perform 2 songs for us. And then just so you're aware as well, they are also performing on May 19th at Library Hall for a free concert at 7 p.m. So we welcome you to join us then.
It's 106th birthday, and it's a special day to reflect on the incredible city we call home, because the best way to honor a great city is to spend time improving it.
Happy birthday, Orem!
Rather than all the other options we had, the citizens wanted to do service, and we've had a big push for service the last few years. And so we're here celebrating the 106th birthday, providing service, overhauling, fixing up Nelson's Grove. Community service has been a huge emphasis for us, because community service is how you bring a community together. By working together, getting to know each other, doing good in your community brings people together.
Happy birthday, Orem!
My company has like a community service day, so my team decided to come out to help out Orem and kind of garden all together as a team. It's been super fun. It's a beautiful day out today, and honestly, I love gardening, so any chance to get out in the soil, especially in the springtime, is always very fun.
Honestly, I didn't know it was a birthday service project. I just heard that we were helping out with the Adopt a Spot park plots. I've enjoyed this park for many years, just like going around with it, and especially this little area where all the plants and flowers are at. So I just wanted to be able to give back and support it.
Happy birthday, Orem!
It's fun to see so many people helping out, planting all the flowers, getting all the weeds out. It's gonna look so nice. Thank you so much, honestly. It's been super awesome. Y'all have been super nice. It's been a pleasure working with y'all.
Happy birthday, Orem!
Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday, dear Orem! Happy birthday to you!
Thank you, Carrie. And can everyone hear okay? Were you able to hear the video okay? It's good. Thank you to the Chantanets for performing for us. We really appreciate that. That was appropriate with our first meeting and Kindness Week. So thank you. Moving on, item 8.2, we have a presentation, a Gold Star Memorial Monument donation from the Knights of Columbus, Escalante Council 1136 and Escalante Assembly 1146. Dennis Schrobles, if you'd like to come up and make that presentation.
There you go. To Mayor Young, City Council board members and guests, on behalf of the Knights of Columbus, Council 1136 from St. Francis of Assisi in Orem, and Father Escalante Assembly 1146, we would like to present two checks, one of them of 1,000 and the other one with 1,100 to the family memorial or to the Orem City as part of the Gold Star Family Memorial. We are pleased to have been able to raise these funds and are excited to have such a fine monument represented here at the Orem Freedom Center at Orem City Hall. May God bless all the men and women and their families who sacrifice their lives for our freedom. God bless America.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, the Knights of Columbus, for that generous donation for our freedom. Next up, we've got item 8.3, Natural Resources Advisory Commission. I'll have you introduce yourself as your members of the Natural Resources Commission.
All right, thank you, Mayor and City Council. Yes, we are 2 of the 5 members of the Orem Natural Resources Advisory Commission. And I have an introduction slide, but it's after this one. So just as a note to those listening today, our mission is to promote the sustainable use of the natural resources in Orem and to help with education, outreach, and advisory roles. My name is Paul Dunn. I'm currently serving as chair of the commission. My vice chair, Hillary Hungerford, could not join us today. This is Sarah Bateman, also a member of the commission. We also have Quinn Meekum and Darren Hawkins were not able to join us today. We also just want to recognize the great work of different people working with the city who also help with the activities of our commission. So Councilwoman Jen Gale is our point person with the city council. For much of the year, we worked with the planning, the city planners, and Matt Taylor was our liaison and great help. And now we are working with Public Works, and Tyler Pay and April Nelson are both helping us with that. So just wanted to say thank you for that. We do several different things as a commission. We help with an advisory role for the natural resources of the city. We educate and inform citizens. We strive to build a community of stewardship leaders, also building alignment across natural resource organizations outside of the city, and also advocating for the conservation of natural resources. We just wanted to briefly give you a report on what we've worked on this year. We don't have enough time to tell you all the amazing things, but just a few highlights where we focused on community events and education outreach. So for example, this year, we helped co-sponsor an Earth Day planting party along with several other groups, including Bike Orem. We planned a community's snowshoeing event. We also did a Provo River Delta tour to look at some of the new facilities down there. And Sarah Bateman on the commission has done an excellent job organizing in a few events called free swaps, where people can bring lots of different things they're not using, and we can recycle and upcycle much of our stuff rather than throwing it away. As far as education and outreach go, we've done a lot of different things this past year. Our general goal is to seek to learn and share best practices with our fellow citizens. So for example, we have run several booths at different city events, including Orem Fest this last year. We've teamed up with Bike Orem, and we'll also be doing the same thing this year at Orem Fest and helping Bike Orem with their bike valet. We also have advertised and told our fellow citizens about different energy and water consumer rebates that are available to them. And we're very excited that we also have launched a new awards website where citizens can nominate their neighbors for the awards, the Natural Resources Stewardship Awards, like the ones we're about to hand out today. Moving forward this year, we look to continue to build community, especially through the expansion of our commission. We're hoping through subcommittees that can help with outreach and events. We also want to continue to partner with the city and are meeting with different people from different departments to see how we can best serve and help with that. We also will continue to work with media outreach through the city to advertise our events and let people know about great opportunities available to them, and just expanding participation, especially through volunteers that can help with the commission. And with that, we would like to move on to the truly exciting part of this presentation, which is the awarding of our stewardship awards. And we have two different winners today. And so I will go ahead and announce the first winners. Our first winners of the Orem Natural Resource Advisor Commission's Stewardship Award are Josh and Charity Kresge. Would you please stand and come up here, Kresges? The Kresges have won the award for their outstanding commitment to sustainability. They are honored in the Waterwise Landscaping and Outdoor Spaces category, and they've transformed their yard into a model of water-efficient design while enhancing the beauty of their neighborhood. Josh, a lifelong Orem resident, and Charity are active community members whose landscaping choices demonstrate that sustainability and curb appeal can go hand in hand. Their leadership and example inspire others to take practical steps toward a more sustainable Orem. So thank you, Kreskis.
Thank you. It's my privilege to announce the business winner of the Environmental Stewardship Award, which is Utah Valley University. So I'll have you come on up first and then say nice things about you. So UVU has steadfastly, whoa, that's a little too much.
Yeah.
UVU has steadfastly worked to embody the spirit of green. And most of its buildings meet LEED and efficiency standards or the state of Utah's high efficiency performance building standard. It has used renewable energy, geothermal energy since the 1970s. And in 2024, it added solar to its renewable portfolio. And that generates a net 100% of Orem campus's electricity. So new smart irrigation technology and water-wise landscaping conversions have resulted in over 30% water reduction in recent years. And UVU is designated a bicycle-friendly university, and its UTA partnership promotes free transit for all Wolverines, demonstrating a commitment to reduce traffic congestion and improved air quality. Last fall, Rocky Mountain Power and Utah Business Magazine awarded UVU with a Green Business Leadership Award, the same ceremony where the city of Orem also received an award for its green initiatives. So receiving the award on behalf of UVU is Associate Vice President of Facilities and Planning, an all-around great guy, Frank Young. And I think we're taking a group photo?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Two, three. 1, 2, 3. Click, 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 click.
Thank you. And thank you to our Natural Resources Commission for all their good work. Next up, we've got item 8.4. Police Week is this week, May 11th through the 17th. And BJ Robinson, our acting police chief, if you'd like to come up.
We'll make that work. In 1962, President Kennedy proclaimed May 15th as National Police Officers Memorial Day, and the calendar week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week. Established by a joint resolution of Congress in 1962, National Police Week pays special recognition to those law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others. How can we best honor these officers who have lost their lives as they've served their communities? As police officers, we bring honor to those who have died by continuing to take up the watch from here, serving with integrity and professionalism. This is my commitment to you as City Council, and my commitment to you as the citizens in the community of Orem. The Orem PD will continue to meet this standard. How can those of us who are not police officers show our respect and appreciation for the fallen? My answer is to remain or become engaged in the community service, however great or small. Be willing to be engaged in conversation rather than just winning in an argument. In short, be part of the solution and rather than causing the problems. Be nice, help out where you can. I hope this sounds familiar as I'm describing our city that I love. I'm describing you, the citizens of Orem, and what you guys do and how engaged you are in your community and how much you love this place and you are committed to moving it forward. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Mayor and City Council, for the continued support that you show the men and women of our police department. They work hard and they're deserving of your love and your admiration. It's not taken for granted. We remain committed to making Orem the safest place to live, work, and play. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Robinson. Next up, item 8.5, a presentation from our Public Works Director, Chris Shirkey.
First of all, I'd like to thank Chief for those inspired remarks. It's hard to follow that, but we will try. This week is, as mentioned, is a National Police Week. Next week will be National Public Works Week. So we will clean up all the party debris and so forth from this week after the police celebrate heartily. We would also like to have a party, and we'd like to recognize all of the good work that the employees of Public Works perform on our behalf. We have currently around 120 full-time employees, around 60 part-time employees. Those part-time employees are primarily responsible for the maintenance of all of our park facilities and other part-time responsibilities in Public Works. I'd like to share with you a few of our statistics from this last year, and also at the end of this, invite you to our Public Works Party, which will be held on Thursday, May 22nd at Public Works, and that'll be a lunch that'll be provided to all of our employees at Public Works, as well as to our exec staff and City Council. And so in parks, we have over 6,800 trees. We have over 34,000 burial plots in our cemetery. In our stormwater division, we have our stormwater group is responsible for cleaning and maintaining, not maintaining, but cleaning the streets. You might not think about it, but we have a lot of debris that occurs every year throughout the year, and our goal is to sweep every street in the city at least 10 times. And in 2024, we were able to sweep 3,940 lane miles. In our streets division, this is an interesting statistic. You might recall 2 winters ago, we had some near record snowfall here in Orem and in the state. And that year we used 2,230 tons of salt that was applied to the streets. This last year was quite a bit different. We only used 845. And so we have a reservoir of sorts, a storage facility for all of our salt, and we have to manage that ebb and flow of the events as they occur throughout the year. Our street crews also laid 24 tons of asphalt in 2024. And they've done an amazing job keeping our streets nice and clean, as well as pothole free. Our traffic operations group, they maintain 6,320 streetlights. Of all of those streetlights, about 150 streetlights as of today are not functioning properly. And so that's about 0.25% that are actually out right now. We consider that to be quite an achievement, and we're grateful for your support in that area. We're working on our last lighting district to replace that this year. That'll be completed. We've done that over the last 5 or 6 years. We have 11,976 street signs That's a lot of signs to manage and maintain, but we also need to repair and replace them. And so we're starting an ongoing effort to repair and replace those that are dilapidated in nature. So in 2024, our entire fleet, PD, Public Works, Development Services, Community Services, sorry, Gary, and then other departments in the city used about 250,000 gallons of fuel. That's all managed by Public Works, our fleet division. And we have 17 pieces of yellow iron, for example, in our construction area. In 2024, we produced around 8 billion gallons of water. On the flip side, at our water reclamation facility, we treated 3.2 billion gallons of water. And you might ask, well, where did the 4.8 billion gallons of water go? Well, that actually went onto your yards. And so the majority of the water that we actually produce, we actually land apply for irrigation purposes. So those are just a few statistics that I have for you tonight. Again, Public Works Week will be a week from, next week. It'll be the week of the 22nd when we'll be having our party at Public Works. I'd like to, at this time, invite all of you to our party. Are there any questions or comments that you might have regarding Public Works at this time? Seeing none, I'll give you this.
No questions, but you guys are doing an amazing job in Public Works. And
thank you. We appreciate your support. We appreciate the citizens of Orem who support the work and efforts that we provide. We've done a lot of fantastic things, I believe, in our park areas in particular. In the last 5 or 6 years, we put more money into our park facilities than perhaps in the last 20 years combined. So, and again, that's a tribute to the citizens who have supported the care tax, for example, and the council that's promoting that as well. So thank you for your support.
Your team's doing a great job. Okay, next up, item 8.6, and this is our youth council. And this will be Jenica Jones from our strategies and innovation team, and Cindy Wong, events coordinator, and the youth council.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We are excited to be here tonight. Sydney and I have had the wonderful opportunity this past year of being able to work with our youth council members, and we're excited to share a little bit more about what they've done this year.
We've been able to work with over 20 amazing and dedicated members of the Youth Council. Our role has been to facilitate their discussions and help them understand the workings of city government. It's been truly inspiring to witness their passion for Orem and their commitment to making a positive impact in their schools and their communities. They are the greatest kids.
So this year, our amazing youth council members have spent many, many hours serving and learning about our community, and we are very proud of their learning and growth. So tonight, you'll have the opportunity to hear from a few of these amazing individuals about some of their key takeaways and accomplishments from the past year. But we want to express our gratitude to every single member of the youth council for their hard work, their insightful perspectives, and their genuine desire to serve our community. We also want to thank you as the council for your continued support of this program.
And then so now we'll just turn over the time to a few of our youth members to share their experiences with you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you again for this opportunity to let us present to you tonight what we've learned this year. My name is Clara Muhlstein, and I'm currently a junior attending Timpanogos High School.
I'm Catherine Collings, and I'm also a junior at Timpanogos High School.
I'm Keaton Coons, and I'm a sophomore at Mountain View High School.
Okay, so this year we have had 23 youth council members who are all Orem residents, and we have had high school students grades 10 through 12, my bad. We've had 8 students from Orem, 8 students from Mountain View, 6 students from Timpanogos, and 1 student from Freedom Preparatory Academy.
And with service, we did Sub for Santa, where we personally bought 2 items for 2 families in need. We helped with Utah Food Bank at Westmore, which was my favorite because we got to socialize and get to interact with more of the community. And lastly, we cleaned up the All Together playground, slides, equipment, and we picked up some trash.
We also had the opportunity to go on several field trips this year. We were able to tour the city center while it was still under construction and learn more about everything that goes into that. We were also able to tour the fire station and see some of the equipment and learn more about what our firefighters do on a daily basis. We were also able to attend local officials day in Utah State Capitol visit, which was kind of a conference for all of the youth councils in Utah. That was a great opportunity to be able to learn from the other youth councils and meet them. We were also able to hear from our lieutenant governor and participate in mock debates.
Along with our service and field trips, we also got to learn a lot about Orem, and so some of our activities were a mock debate and a mock budget meeting where we got to act as the city council in these scenarios and get to present to the mock council and just learn more about the processes that you guys go through when you're making decisions like that. And then we also got to have panels with the city council and the staff just to be able to ask them questions and learn more about their jobs and what they do for the city.
For me, what I personally learned is how much time and effort is put into the city. And because of that, it makes me feel more proud and more happy to live with a community that and a council that puts so much effort towards our city. And that just makes me happy in general. So, yeah.
My biggest takeaway from being on the youth council this year was just how much effort goes into making the government function and just making Orem such a great place to live. I didn't really know about all the different like positions that are available and just how many people work together to make the city such a great place to live.
Very similar to both of them, I really enjoyed learning about the inner workings of the city and all of the time and effort that go into making our city work from all of the different people and just learning about all of the different jobs that go into all of the things that happen in our city that I didn't realize the city like took care of for us to make the whole thing work. So, yeah.
Any questions?
It was great to be with you the other night when we were all here together. It was fun to see you and see more of your group. Thank you for what you're doing.
Yeah, you guys, we've met with you several times, and your group is doing an amazing job and super active through the community and learning about government, learning about Orem. So this is our first year really taking the youth council to the next level, and you've done a great job.
Mayor, can I say something as well? I have the privilege of serving on the Orem Youth Council with these amazing young men and young women. And Claire and Catherine and Dean are a great representation of this group of youth. They're fun, they're energetic. When we had the mock city council meeting, there was a rush to the dais like I've never seen before to see who got to sit in which seat and who got to be the mayor. And maybe we could emulate a little more enthusiasm going forward. But I just want to say thank you to them for who they are and what they represent and the great service. And we've actually learned a lot from you too, being able to work with you. So thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, we're up to item 9, personal appearances. And let me just say a few things about this. So with personal appearances, this is an opportunity for the citizens, the residents to be able to have their voice be heard if they have questions, concerns, or opinions on what needs to happen in Orem. And I think we here in Orem take that to the next level because we've got our city council here. But in addition, we have most of our executive heads of our city staff. And we do that so that as people have different issues, we can refer them to those, our city executive staff leaders, and they can get immediate results in the things that they're trying to do. Now, tonight we've got an interesting situation in that Wilkerson Farm has been continued from previous city council meetings, is going to be voted on tonight. And that's probably one of the more pressing issues on the agenda. And as such, there's no need to be heard in the public comments, which is right now, because there will be an open hearing when we get to that item where you can be heard. So there's not really any reason to come up prior to that. And that takes us to what else we've got on the public appearances. It looks like the majority who have signed up are interested in short-term rentals and what's happening with short-term rental legislation here in the city. Now, there's 30 people have signed up. So if we allow 30 people to have 3 minutes, that's an hour and a half of public comments. Usually we allow 15 to 30 minutes for public comments. So, and as far as, like I said, our focus right now tonight is on Wilkerson Farm. We don't want to go to 11 or 12 or 1. We'll be completely wasted. We won't be able to make a decent vote. So as far as the short-term rentals, everyone who signed up, if you still want to come up and make a comment and can keep it to 1 minute, I'm fine with that. I just want to keep it concise because that's not our main focus. With the short-term rentals, we're still in the process of gathering as much information we can, working through that in our city council work meetings. We haven't made any decisions yet, and that's not likely to happen in the next city council meeting, but maybe after that, possibly. But we've got a lot of work to do on that. So anyway, so I'll call your name. If you still want to come up and keep it under a minute. At a minute, we'll have to cut you off just to keep this going. And but if you want to wait and do it another time when it will honestly would be more effective, which is when we get to voting on short-term rentals, that's fine too. I'll let you decide. And then there's a few people on here, like I said, that are for Wilkerson Farms. You'll be invited up in the public comment section after this on the next item. And then it looks like there's a couple people here for Ken Garf, and you're welcome to come up. There will be no public hearing on that, but this would be an opportunity for you to say something if you want to. So with that in mind, and whoever comes up, you just have to push the button to turn the mic green to be able to be heard. So let me just read what we usually read. Time has been set aside for public to express their ideas, concerns, and comments on items not scheduled as public hearings on the agenda. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to show respect for those who have served the city. Comments should focus on issues concerning the city. Those wishing to speak should have signed in before the meeting. And in this case, please limit your comments to 1 minute or less. So we'll start with Marissa Harris. And if you want to come up, come on up. If you don't, just don't come.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Thanks. I'd like to help focus really fast on being part of the solution as someone who's been on all sides of the short-term rental issue myself. We are a board composed of 6 women, and I speak on behalf of 65 plus local Orem residents who are responsible short-term rental hosts, all registered advocates on rentresponsibly.com. Some advocates are here today representing short-term, some long-term, landlords as well. Will all landlords in the room please stand to show representation? Use us, make us an official city-sponsored committee because there is a need for education to relieve misunderstandings. If we are to solve the real issues, we can do better. We need to get more creative, but together. These packets we handed out to you are all the research we've done as a committee to help navigate a solution. We want to work with you, not against you. Let us help bridge the gap between landlords and the city so that this transition can seem more seamless. Use us to implement good landlord practices. There are some great things you have on the proposal. We just highlighted some necessary adjustments that will help you as you navigate a more balanced approach. Use us. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Malden.
All right, first time for everything. 23-year resident here in Orem. Appreciate you guys spending the time this evening. I'll make it really quick. Just a couple of items I wanted to point out is the quiet hours. I love the quiet hours. I want to sleep, but it seems like in the draft they're different for residents, 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. And maybe in the new draft it was 10 to 10. It's a little odd, so you might want to look into that.
It was 10:30.
10:30. Well, whatever it is, but I mean, it kind of prevents kids from going outside in the early morning hours and just playing some spike ball or whatever they want to do. So just let's keep it consistent. Number two is max occupancy. I built a big home, raised kids, graduated from Orem High. I got 2 more graduating, and I've got a big house. It comfortably sleeps quite a few, and we're 9 rows by 14. You do the math. There's a 99 occupancy limit in this room right now on the sign. So anyway, just let's be smart about it. And so we're safe in here. We're going to get out if there's an issue, but let's just be smart and not cap it at 8. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Gary Havens.
So I appreciate the opportunity here, and would request that you work with the group here that we're with, the short-term rental group. My wife and I moved down 2 years ago, built a house with an accessory dwelling unit in it, and was specifically told through the building permit process and everything that would be able to rent the unit on a short-term basis. And the proposed ordinance would preclude us from doing that. I use the income to support myself in retirement and to support my family. I blocked it off this week because I've got family coming in, and so they're using the apartment there that's in my house. And so just encourage us to allow us to use the ADUs as short-term rentals, and to work with the group so we can get solutions to the issues that are out there under the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Rob Sloat.
Thanks for the time to hear me. I'm just going to not read a thing and cut to the chase on this here. I use a hosted short-term rentals. I've been also a real estate broker for over 30 years, where we are finding creative ways to help people buy homes and things like that. I'm not trying to be critical, but just in sitting in on your work meeting and stuff in there, I got the impression that none of you have ever owned a short-term rental. None of you probably understand what it takes to keep it going and what's important. And as I try to find out what the problems have been that they're really trying to resolve, that seems to be kind of hidden away under all these restrictions that are coming on. And most of them, I can tell you, are pretty much designed to put short-term rentals out of business. Okay, what we're proposing is that you give us 60 days. We'll take 3 people to work with Jake and, come up with solutions. The next meeting you have, if we can't agree, Jake can show his thing, we can show ours. We can speak to you at what the solutions are. And, if we got something like that, the rest of these people that want to talk today might even just say, we're good enough and move on.
Okay, thank you. You were Rob, right?
Yeah.
Leisha
Yes.
Geddes.
Yes. Sorry, nobody can say my name. First, I want to thank you for your thoughtful work today in the work meeting on the proposed short-term rental ordinance. It's clear taking a careful, considerate, balanced approach, and I really appreciated what I heard today. I'm here to advocate for a legal path for owner-occupied short-term rentals. My husband and I bought our home in Orem 24 years ago and have raised all 4 of our children here. Right now, our youngest boys, 2 boys, are serving missions in New Zealand for our church, and our oldest are working full-time and in graduate school. For families like us, our home is often empty, but it's important that it be available when they want to come home. Giving us the flexibility to have a short-term rental allows us to supplement our income, pay for college, missions, and help us prepare for retirement. I also urge the council to continue considering rules for owner-occupied units different from investor-owner-occupied or investor-owned properties, especially when it comes to proximity limits, which is my major concern. A homeowner renting part of their own residence is fundamentally different from someone managing multiple investment properties, and the ordinance should reflect that distinction. I believe the proposed distance between units in its current form is too restrictive, and I do want to say that none of our neighbors were even aware that we had a short-term rental in our basement because it's had that low of an impact. Our short-term rental generates income for the city. We've had the pleasure of hosting people from around the world. A surprising demographic of our guests are those coming to Orem for specialized cognitive and physical therapeutic treatments for extended multi-week stays. They shop, eat, and fuel their cars in Orem.
Time's up.
Okay. And if they leave, their money leaves. So that's all.
Okay. Thank you. Next, I've just got Jackson. I don't have a last name. Are you Jackson?
Jack. My dad's name is Jack. I'm Jack's son.
Do you have a last name?
What's your last name?
Rollins.
Rollins? Okay.
You're going to talk in that mic.
Stand up and talk to the mic.
Okay. All right. Where to begin? From the top of the list. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Honorable Council. Thank you especially to Lene Millett for talking to me briefly about ADUs. I grew up in Utah County. I've been a property owner in Orem since 2007. I kept it as an LTR for years, mostly with students. The tenants, as you could guess, were more missed than hit. Friends and family talked me into going to an Airbnb May 2024. It was great, except for one tenant that lied, saying they were coming to visit their grandparents, and instead threw a bachelor party. We gave them 1 hour till past curfew, and then we had to intervene. So that was squashed. It's similar money coming in, but no more parties, cleaner home, and better yard makes for happier neighbors. And to follow up real quickly on, I think it was Deputy Chief Robinson's statement. I love this city. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, officers, everyone here. I look forward to continue working with all of you so we can continue to keep the Orem City great. Excuse me. Orem City great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Ann Green? No. Okay. Sherry Selberg. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I'm a longtime Orem resident and member of the Orem Business Alliance. After a late life divorce, I invested heavily to prepare my home for a short-term rental to secure my financial future based on guidance I received from the city. I've operated in good faith and with respect to my neighbors. I understand the city's concern preserving long-term housing, preventing disruption, and ensuring enforceability, but owner-occupied hosts live on site and have every incentive to maintain respect for our neighborhoods. I support reasonable regulation, but the proposed 182-night cap is an issue that affects all of us. This cap focuses arbitrarily and too narrowly on rental limits, ignoring noise, safety, and neighborhood disruption. Instead of a hard cap, I encourage you to consider exempt owner-occupied homes and units with no complaints, and to create a permit system that supports responsible hosts and focuses enforcement on real concerns. Let's keep Orem a place where responsible residents can stay rooted and continue giving back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Packer.
Hi, thanks. I'm Thomas Packer, Windsor neighborhood, 20-year Orem resident. I have a basement apartment, short-term rental. I live above, and I believe it helps prevent problems. Sorry about that. And I've heard two main short-term rental concerns: affordable housing and neighborhood complaints. I have no doubt that these two concerns are valid in certain places and should be addressed carefully, taking time to learn the nuances from conscientious hosts who must deal with these risks and their own risks with every booking. As a data scientist for 20 years, may I suggest that if a metric is hard to optimize, like the ratio of parking spots to occupants, it could be either the wrong metric to look at or we don't have enough of the right data. So regarding neighborhood complaints, I've had 495 bookings in my 3.5 years, not a single neighbor complaint. And regarding affordable housing, I think Utah County is the second lowest STR rate among the populated Utah counties.
Sorry, but time's up.
Okay, thanks. So thanks for your service to Orem.
Thank you. Kim Poole.
My name is Kim Poole, and I live in the Windsor neighborhood at 1458 North, 75 East. I've loved being an Orem citizen since 1991. I've served on city and school committees such as Neighborhoods in Action and PTA. I plan to live the rest of my life here surrounded by beautiful mountains and good people. In 2022, my daughter had an opportunity to buy a home next door to me. Through a miraculous set of circumstances, we turned a vacant eyesore into a charming home with an STR in the basement, enabling her to afford the mortgage. Prior to spending significant money, time, and effort to do this, we thoroughly investigated options with city management. We were upfront about planning a short-term rental. Everyone, including office workers and inspectors, told us we were compliant with all laws and regulations. After this assurance, I think it is pretty rough to hear that you should now tell us we are operating illegally and may be forced to close our STR doors.
Christy Harwood.
Me again. Hi, everybody. I just wanted to give just a couple of points. I know most of you know me. I would hope that we can work together and work with the community council. I want to see that more data is available so that we're problem solving based upon data and not on supposition. I am concerned about the tandem parking issue that was brought up in the meeting, and if street parking doesn't interfere with what's happening in your neighborhood, why is that a concern? I would hope that we can look at and say this is a new time and a new, the way the neighborhood is configured is different than when I was raising my kids. My home, I'm 20 minutes away. If there's a wreck on the freeway even, I can be there. I'm spending more time. I'm working with my neighbors. They know me. There are 4 of us that are now widows in the neighborhood, and I appreciate everything you're doing to help this be something where we can be a win-win.
Thank you. Vic Devano.
Thank you, Council. I'm just going to say
I come from a history in Orem. My family, the Barber family, moved here in 1949. I'm grateful for the people I've associated with. Back then was Marie Huff, developments. Marie was a sweet, beautiful woman. Jerry Washburn, neighborhood action groups that we did were wonderful. And we had that in Bella Vista. My house is 510 North Bella Vista. I was one of the first houses there in the early 90s. We care, and we care about our children. We care about safe haven places for them. There's no way we want any elementary or junior high school ever to be jeopardized by people that would be of ill repute to those kids. So I'm grateful for Jim Reams too, for Jim was a hard guy and fun guy. I'm grateful for you guys here that we can talk. Most important, I've heard it for a few things, is beginning in conversation, the chief said to the citizens. Riverside Country Club I belonged to for 39 years. We always had annual meetings and sub-annual meetings to get together to do these type of things. This is why we had an area council, Bella Vista, where we got together once a year at least, and we talked about these problems for the 1920 homeowners that were there. And that's all I'm trying to say is families are very important to us, community together, Bella Vista neighborhoods and council, these are all good and you're all part of your home and your area. We want to make it work. There isn't anybody here that wants a tragic incident, but I can tell you STRs work. I don't even own the STR. They're just next to me, the largest one around on Bella Vista. I'm grateful for my Jewish friends that I've had come from Jerusalem and New York to be there for the last several years.
Time's
I'm
up.
grateful for you guys for holding this. I'm asking you to not have any meetings on this until at least 2 to 3 months. It should take that long because we have holidays coming. People won't be here. The end of the month, 1st of June. So please remember that. That's all. Thank you very much.
Kim Best.
Hello, and thank you. Nobody wants obnoxious neighbors. And just recently, I've complained about our neighbors. Loud music playing day and night. And enough of us complained that they came and they taught him the rules and said, play by the rules or we're going to fine you. And guess what? Peace was restored. Wasn't that a beautiful thing they say? Peace starts with us. Peace was restored. And our Airbnbs, we have 2 of them. They provide an amazing service that nobody gets around. We have that you can't get through a hotel. People from all around the world come to Orem, and they don't want a hotel. They want their families to gather. They want a kitchen. They want all the cool things that we provide. We provide an amazing service. And what I'm asking you to do is put some teeth in for those who don't follow the rules, because those who do, we provide an amazing service. Everybody wins.
Jordan Cobby.
All right, I'm on the other side, I guess. I was born and raised in Orem. I've been here for 39 years. We purchased a home to raise our family in Orem. I'm passionate about the community of Orem. We wanted to raise our family in Family City, USA for that reason. Ever since this Airbnb has come into our neighborhood, it has been extremely disruptive. Every week we are dealing with a new problem. Our latest problem was the school bus dropping off a bunch of teenagers and staying parked on the street. Nightly tenants don't care to maintain the integrity of the neighborhood. While the landscaping may be maintained better, we now have parking issues, noise issues, speeding issues. We live next to an elementary school. The rental is in a very high traffic area for kids. When you are not a long-term resident, you don't learn the patterns of the children. You don't know where to look out for them or where they live. And since the Airbnb has come there, we've had several close calls that could have been catastrophic. We wanted to be in a family community neighborhood. We thought we were getting into that when we bought. And now we live next to a hotel. It's really been also really hard having to police it and constantly call to get neighborhood enforcement out. It's ruined the cohesiveness of our neighborhood, and it creates such a tension. Having 300 homes as Airbnbs now will be losing so many families. We have tried to work with the neighborhood enforcement, and we've just not had a lot of success, so it's just been really frustrating for us.
Thank you. Trish Darrens.
My name is Trish Barris, and I appreciate you listening to us tonight. Mine is a little bit different. I've lived here for 40 years and in the same home, and I've liked most of the things that have happened in the city. But we have a home that is right by us, and they advertise, and every weekend they're an event center. And during the summer, 2 to maybe 3 times a week, they have events with 40 plus cars in our neighborhood. There's nothing we can do. We worry about the safety of our children. And sometimes I wonder if we have to have someone die because of the safety issues. And our family has gone through that in a neighborhood that was not safe. And we had someone that was almost died because of that. And the person couldn't see the child. And so I hope that this is different, because if people are using it for an event center, it is different than having people in their own home. Thank you.
Brendan Henry.
Good evening. I'll keep it short and sweet. There's really 2 items that I wanted to address when it comes to short-term rentals. Thank you to the city attorney for reviewing the proposed amendment with us. There's 2 items that I think are important for the council and the mayor to consider as you're considering adopting this amendment. First is moving from an isolated zone within the city to now allowing nightly rentals across the entire city of Orem requires the input of more residents that are just in this room. And on both sides, to gather input on the impact of disrupting neighborhoods, again, from an isolated zone to any zone in the city being allowed for short-term rentals. Secondly, with any type of short-term rental that I've seen successful within other municipalities, it requires great enforcement. I'm concerned that we don't have a plan for administrative costs to go up to enforce the regulation that we're putting in as a city. And so, again, I would encourage not only a feasibility study, but also for the city to consider upping some sort of budget for enforcement. Thank you.
Stephanie Hathaway. Or
Stephanie? I'm not Stephanie, but I am her husband, and I think I got skipped over, but I'm going to go for her anyway. I just wanted to talk shortly. First and foremost, I'm just concerned about safety of our neighborhoods in Orem. First and foremost, I'm concerned about the safety of our neighborhoods. I've lived in Orem and Provo for the last 20 years. I've been a law enforcement officer for 10 years, so I understand how vehicle traffic has a huge impact on communities. Our neighborhood that is right next to an Airbnb, we live directly next to it, we're a couple hundred feet from a school. And then that school has tons of children walking by every day. We also live in a very low visibility area, and even 25 miles an hour is way too fast. With excessive cars parked in the street, it's closer to about 10 miles an hour to actually negotiate corners and being able to see around cars. And then that Airbnb that's next to us is impossible for them to know that coming into it every day, there's a new person there. I hope that you understand that the regulations that you're putting out, I really appreciate it, all those, but it's going to be extremely difficult and very costly to the city to enforce. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Matthew Beadle.
Family is really important to me. I've got 10 kids, 10 grandkids. Just found out Mother's Day had 2 coming. And Orem is a very family-oriented deal, and I love that my short-term rental has allowed families to come visit their other families here for graduations, for weddings, for funerals. They've expressed a big empathy or appreciation that their large family that have now separated and gone multiple states can once again gather in one roof to just reminisce like they were when they were kids. There's something magical about that. I appreciate that I can give that to them. We have short-term rentals and we have less cars at our place, less parties, less noise than my neighbors do. Short-term rentals are not an issue that's different than just regular homeowners or regular long-term rentals. There is a difference though. They're short-term, they're gone, they're out of there. Whereas some homeowners with 10 cars, loud parties, they're still in the community. Short-term rentals, again, shouldn't necessarily be restricted just as much as regular homeowners or long-term rentals. They're a solution to our family or to our community needs. Thank you.
Aldine Jones.
Actually, I'm here about the Wilkerson Farm, so yeah, thank you.
Yes, if you're for Wilkerson Farm, we'll have a public hearing for that later. Brendan Beck.
Brendan Beebe.
Beebe.
Similar to Brendan Beebe.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's not on.
Oh, sorry. Oh, thank you. I'm a licensed owner of a 7,000 square foot short-term rental here in Orem. I'm also the oldest of 7 kids, so I know firsthand what it means for large Utah families to gather under one roof. That's exactly who stays in my home. Grandparents, cousins, siblings, families, reuniting, not partiers, not problems, people making memories. But the proposed caps would make that impossible. My home was built for togetherness and would now exclude the very families it was meant to serve. If safety is the concern, follow what other cities do. Require fire inspections, check for alarms, extinguishers, exits, the smarter and more enforceable. I live down the street. I enforce quiet hours, parking rules, and guest behavior. I'm the kind of host this city should support, not regulate out of existence. You're all invited to tour my property where I can show you how to manage and enforce rules. Let's build thoughtful policy that protects neighborhoods and protects responsible operators in the fold.
Yeah, I think we're getting close to the end. Let me just clarify though. Several of these I think are for Wilkerson. If you're not, then stand up and come on up. But Sue King is for Wilkerson. Reese Hoyle. Hogel, you're for Wilkerson. Karina Lewis, Wilkerson. John Porter. Connie Pella. Okay. John Cheney. Okay, and then these next two say Ken Garf. So Isaac Aragon.
Oh, sorry. So my mother wasn't able to come. She's out of town, but she wanted me to speak on her and speak on her behalf and our whole family who is being directly affected by this move by Ken Garf. She sent me an email, but I'm just going to be brief that by doing this is just going to affect our neighborhood. And I've been here before telling you all about the misrepresentation that Ken Garf has given y'all and the neighborhood about its intentions, and how in the end this is just going to negatively affect our neighborhood. And no one beside the party invested in having this go through in the neighborhood is satisfied or is happy about this. And I just want to remind you that by rezoning, we would have to change school buses that pick up and drop off students in the neighborhood. We've already had a death in the neighborhood due to traffic on 1200 South, which is very horrible. So I just want to remind you all that this is going to negatively affect us. Thank you.
Thank you. And last, Remington Fuller.
Guessing it's green, so we're good to go. All right. Hi, I'm Remington Fuller.
I am actually the brother-in-law of Isaac, and I have 3 kids who play at their grandma's house, whose house is within 50 feet from Ken Garf's brick wall. And I'm just going to put it this way. If you want to rezone a housing, an R8 residential with a perfectly good house on it, and get rid of a property next to it that could have a house on it for a parking lot, you're just asking for a problem. You're asking for children to get hit by cars. You're asking for car accidents. You're asking for semis to go down a road that was built for small cars. This dealership already has an access open on 1200 South that's more than 15 feet wide. They have 3 access points on 200 East, and they use none of them for this semi that they've claimed they need for. They claim they need more parking spaces, and yet today alone, on my way to this very city council, I watched 3 cars from their mechanic shop pull out from that parking lot that doesn't have enough space. I do not feel like there's enough transparency behind what Ken Garf is telling us. There's not been a traffic study done, despite them claiming they need more parking spaces, which according to city council, we need a traffic study done if there's 75 spaces being added. Also, they've talked about putting in an access route for a semi-truck, which once again would require a traffic study since it's now a 2-lane road getting put in the back of this. I do not feel like Ken Garf boasting to the city that they bring in $3 million of tax somehow equates to them earning this rezoning, when in fact we give them money. Alone last year, we gave them $800,000 in vendor fees. So I'm sorry, I don't feel comfortable living in a city where we would care for a car dealership getting more parking spaces or an access road, when in reality, it's just getting rid of family homes and opportunities for families to live here and for families to live safely in this city. This is not the city I've lived in for over 20 years. This is not the city that my mom moved us to so we could be in a better place. This is a city that would care more about the tax dollars coming in from a company and less about the people living in it. So I propose that we keep it an R8 and we do not rezone it to a commercial lot. Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to the end of our personal appearances. And I appreciate all of you being very respectful and kind. We'll move on to our item number 10, our consent items. And the only thing on the consent items is the approval of the meeting minutes from March 25th, 2025, April 8th, 2025, and April 22nd, 2025. So can I have a motion to approve those?
Mayor, I move that we approve the meeting minutes of March 25th, 2025.
Second.
And April 22nd, 2025. Now, go ahead.
And April 8th.
And April 8th. Sorry, all 3.
Second. I second that motion.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Jen?
Is Jen,
She said aye.
Jen, are you there?
Aye.
She said aye.
I am. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you. The consent items passed. Thank you. All right, moving on to scheduled items. The first item, item 11.1, is an ordinance, Ken Garf, amending Article 22-5-3A in the zoning map of the city of Orem by rezoning the properties located generally at 134 East, 1200 South, and 110 East, 1200 South from single-family residential R8 to commercial C2, approximately 1 acre, 1.05 acres. Jared, would you like to present that?
Sure. Pete, I'm plugged in if you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This, as you said, is a request by Ken Garf to rezone the properties at 110 East, 134 East, 1200 South from single-family R8 to commercial C2. The properties are shown right here. You can see the vacant parcel, and then this parcel does have an existing single-family home on it. That would be removed in the In the event that this is rezoned, Ken Garf's proposal is to use this for additional parking. I wanted to show it in the larger context. You can see the dealerships around it in the area. They would absorb those parcels into the dealership lot and use for parking and access onto 1200 East or 1200 South is what they're proposing. The reason I wanted to show this is to show that larger context, and then that access that they're proposing, or that they would propose if a site plan were approved after they go through rezone. I wanted to make it clear that this is their request for rezoning. In order to do any kind of commercial use on that property, it would have to be rezoned and absorbed into a larger dealership property. The zoning, as we said, is R8 right now. The dealership is in this PD5 zone. They've asked for the C2 zoning to allow them to have that access on 1200. That's the reason for that different zoning. The site plan that they show in concept that would need to go through the approval process if it were rezoned is shown here. It adds 79 parking spaces, landscape buffers for the adjacent residential properties. You can see kind of a shot from 1200 South there of the vacant parcel and then the home that's there. The council, when it reviewed this project, previously talked about a development agreement that's been looked at. The development agreement would provide some assurances that the zoning, C2 zoning cannot. That would mean a gate that they would agree to do and a stone fence, a masonry fence along the property line on 1200 to mirror the kinds of improvements that have been done to properties in the PD5 zone that protects more of the commercial or protects more of the residential from the impacts of commercial. So those kinds of things have been looked at in a development agreement that would go along with it and provide that masonry fence and the gate. So the access would be, impacts from the access could be mitigated on 1200 South and that neighborhood in the area. The Planning Commission, excuse me, I just wanted to go through the Planning Commission action. On January 15th, the Planning Commission held their first hearing and they continued the request to the meeting on February 19th. On February 19th, the Planning Commission heard the request again and voted 3-3 on two separate motions involving recommending approval. So no recommendation has been forwarded to the council at this time. Council first heard it before and then is rehearing it tonight with the development agreement attached. Is there anything else that staff can tell you about the project?
Did the Planning Commission see these fences and the other agreements?
No, but the idea was talked about at the Planning Commission. The second motion to recommend approval involved some kind of development agreement, saying, well, let's recommend that the development agreement we can recommend approval with a development agreement that would control those issues that we can't control with C2 zoning. And that motion also failed 3-3 on a tie vote. So they did talk about it, but no motion came forward. Yeah, there were six in attendance that night.
Will you go back to the site plan there?
Yeah, the larger. Yeah.
So you're telling me that they haven't put this forward. What's the level of confidence that this is what will happen?
If it were rezoned C2?
Correct.
They have an application pending for site plan that cannot be approved unless the zone change goes through. Level of confidence that they would go through with the project, pretty good, I would say.
Okay. And then go to your fencing one?
Yeah.
Would you explain where is that across, where's the length of that?
Thank you. So the length, it would be the full length of those properties. The PD zone has already required it wherever it's on 1200 South, east of this area, a fence like that. This is the masonry fence. There needs to be a clear view area refined. And so that open fence is shown to show where you would have to have clear view coming in and out of that fencing. So this area would be fenced with that iron, wrought iron instead.
And just to clarify, currently part of what you're showing with the new fence, part of that is chain link, right?
I don't think there's a fence there at all right now.
Oh, is there nothing there?
Not that I'm trying to think from. Oh, there's a fence in this area right there, but that would be removed in a site improvement.
Okay, because one of the things that the council was concerned about and talked about was to have a nice landscape buffer, a nice fence.
Right.
To help separate that commercial development and actually improve the current situation, right?
Right. And that's the reason for the location of the fencing that they show here. That allows for the trees and landscaping to be outside that fence and provide that sort of softening of the wall Wall's nice, it creates maybe some sound barrier and some visual barrier, but if you can soften that with landscaping, that's even better. So the agreement would require the landscaping to go on the outside of the fence as well.
Any questions? Oh, go ahead. Steve?
Mayor, just to clarify, so I've got a copy of the development agreement with me here, and just to make sure everybody is clear, not only are they agreeing to put this Simtech fence along the frontage of the rezone property we're talking about, it would also go along the property immediately to the east. So it would be an improvement on property that's not even under consideration tonight to improve the area and the visual effect.
You said Simtech, he said masonry. Which is it?
Yeah, I mean, Simtech we consider to be a kind of masonry fence. So it's a specific type of fence. I think that's a Simtech fence you're seeing up there on the monitor. Yeah.
So you're going clear to the corner by the J Dogs, right? We're replacing that chain link fence to all the way east. Okay, thank you. So Simtech is the picture of the fence that you see right there. That's a type of fencing. I don't know what it's made of. Polyethylene. I don't think. Sorry.
This solid fence here is the Simtech, where I don't know if you can see the cursor or not. That is Simtech. This would be necessary. This is shown just because there has to be clear view coming out, so we don't put solid fences right up to an access. So there's a clear view triangle that has to be drawn. That's represented by that little green area there. So you can see this portion would be in the wrought iron, but all the rest of this, all along the frontage, would be the taller solid fence.
Do you want to call it up?
That's probably a better question for the applicant. I couldn't really address that with the site. I can try to address that through a different, so the question that I'm hearing from the audience is about how far the gate is back from the roadway. Again, this is a concept that is shown for purposes of the development agreement and purposes of understanding what they would intend to do if they were rezoned to C2 zoning, but it still has to go through the site plan process with the development review staff, and the planning commission. So they would look at all of those things. And I know one of the concerns that folks have about a gate is how much they can access that gate and how much we can get traffic off of a road if there's a gate to any kind of an access. So that will be looked at in design.
Mayor, if I may, the fence that we're talking about here, you're seeing there is shown to be 10 feet back. And I think the gate is basically along the same line as the fence. So I think that essentially means that it's going to be 10 feet set back from the back of the sidewalk. I'm not sure how wide the sidewalk is in that area, but. I think the gate is the red, isn't it?
Okay, so we've got to go back to decorum. I'm sorry.
Mayor, I would suggest the applicant, Chris, their agent, Chris Bick, is here, and he can explain distances on the site plan.
Okay. Chris?
Thanks. Thank you very much. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a few things. I know there's a lot of questions on this one. So the gate itself and the location, like Jared was saying, it will still go through the site plan application. Currently, we're proposing to put the gate 10 feet back from back of sidewalk. So that's about 15 feet from the face of the sidewalk on that portion. As far as the traffic that's coming in and out, it's not going to change from what the current use is, because all of this parking in this parking lot is inventory parking. So they're just going to move cars around so that they get a better flow through the site. Currently, there's about in a given week, 1 to 4 haulers that drop off between the Honda and Volkswagen establishments. That will remain to be the same number. It's not increasing the number of trucks. It's not increasing the number of employees or traffic that's going to be coming in and out of the site. We did talk to the store itself and to see about how many employees would be coming in and out of the store. For the entire store, from the 7:30 to 8:30 shift, there's 15 employees that use the Volkswagen store that would be coming in during that time.
Is that 7:30 a.m. to?
Yeah, 7:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. There's 15 employees that come in during that time. That's employees coming in from whichever direction. You know, even if we say half of those come through the north and half come from the south, you know, that's seven to 8 employees if you split it up even. From the 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. shift, there's another 15 to 20 that come in there. So that's staggered a little bit. And again, that's total employees using the store. Some of those using other accesses, not all of them using this current one. And then in the evening, exiting the traffic from 3 to 4, there's about 10 to 15 employees that leave about that time period. And the 5 to 6 window, there's 5 to 6 employees that leave during that time. And then the rest leave around 7 to 8. The fence that's going through is not a requirement by the code, but it is something where we had heard and, you know, from city council, from residents, that we wanted this to look better. And with that, we worked with staff in order to come up with a solution that, you know, provides a gate, a fence and a gate that works with the code, and it works to make it so that you can't see through into the parking lot. So this, Jared, do you happen to have the colored exhibit that I sent over? I have one that's like colored and has all the, okay. But there's a 10-foot landscape buffer where we plan to put all the trees and the planting in there and make it break up the fence a little bit, but then also have a very nice looking fence behind it in order to shield the cars for as much as we can on that property. The only areas where we aren't able to shield it is where we have those site visibility triangles. We aren't planning to bring semi trucks into the parking lot. You can't circulate in and around that way. So those semi trucks would continue to use the road as they currently are. The one benefit of having this access here is that the semi truck can park on the shoulder and drop cars off of the back and go directly into the site so that makes the trips a lot shorter for cars to get into the inventory parking lot, which means the semi truck is there for less time. As was brought up as well, having semi trucks come in and out of a driveway is a safety concern. Having them back up, pull forward, more maneuvers equals more risk of damage to property or life. And so pulling off to the shoulder makes it so that it's easier for the truck drivers to navigate, which also mitigates the risk of property and life damage. And then in addition to, this was brought up by Steve, in addition to the fence that's going along here, there were complaints about the chain link fence that was on the Honda property on the northeast corner of 200 East and 1200 South. And so part of the development agreement that would go along with this rezone requires that fence to be replaced with a similar Simtech solid fence like this as well. So that chain link would go away and it would help it look better through that area. Are there any additional questions, I guess?
I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other, anything else? Anything from the council? Okay, so this was continued from a previous hearing, and we've already had a public hearing on this. That's why we allowed the ones earlier. As far as we've looked at this in depth, we've done everything we can to basically create a nice buffer between the company and the neighborhood. And that's what the Simtech fence will do. And the Simtech fence will actually, that whole area will look better with that Simtech fence and then the nice landscaping. So anyway, if anyone would like to make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion, Mayor, that the City Council moves to approve by ordinance amending 22-5-3A in the zoning map of the City of Orem by rezoning the properties located generally at 134 East, 1200 South, and 110 East, 1200 South from a single-family residential R8 to a commercial C2 approximately 1.50 acres.
Excuse me, before we have a second, do we need to say subject to the development agreement? It's not on there. Do we need to say?
You don't need to. The development agreement's been fully executed, but I mean, it doesn't hurt to note that there is a development agreement that this rezone is subject to.
Well,
Subject to a development agreement that they have.
in either case, I'm happy to second it. Thank you.
Aye.
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 Jen?
Aye.
Thank you. The ordinance passes. Thank you. Okay, we're up to 11.2. And this will be a discussion about, we continue this from earlier. This will be a discussion about Whitestone Estates, amending Article 22-5-3 in the zoning map of the City of Orem by rezoning the property located generally at 710 West, 2000 South, Wilkerson Farm, from the OS5 zone to the R8 zone, approximately 14.01 acres. Jared, if you'd like to start that.
Thank you. So again, yes, this is 14 acres in the OS5 zone. It was operated as Wilkerson Farm. That's how most people know it. This is 2000 South to see the property. This is the acreage we're talking about. The applicants have requested R8 zoning. This had been previously viewed or previously applied for in other zones. They then changed to a concept that was R8, single family zoning. This is the R8 zone that you can, or sorry, the OS5 zone you can see. It does have R8 zoning to the west and other open space zoning to the north. To the south is Provo across 2000 South. Whitestone Estates.
Before you jump across,
Sure.
Has Provo already done something with that property?
With the properties in here,
Yes.
I believe they're under development or they've been approved for development for subdivision. I don't know if anything's built yet. So Whitestone, the proposal under R8 changes the nature of the property significantly from OS5. The existing zone, just a few things to note about it. In the OS5, it allows for single family development, but on 5-acre minimum lots. So very large lots, but it does allow for single family development. Multifamily is not permitted in the OS5 zone. It does allow for what we would call quasi public uses like churches. It allows for schools. It allows agriculture, recreation, different recreation types, and then agritainment, which was what Wilkerson Farm had started to do. The proposed zoning, the R8 zone, would allow some of the same things, single family development, but on significantly smaller lots, 8,000 square foot lots. Multifamily, again, is not permitted, does allow for churches and schools. The concept plan that you see here is provided to show kind of how many lots they think they could get in a yield out of this acreage. It would have to still go through subdivision. If this property were rezoned to R8, it would go through the subdivision process, and development staff at the city would have to look at, the review staff would have to look at sewer and water and all kinds of things. That it can be provided for has already been looked at, that it can handle the sewer, that we can handle the water. Exactly how might change slightly some of the configurations here, but generally we think this would be how it would lay out. It would provide about 53 lots for the developer. Those lots would range from 8,000 square feet to 18,500 square feet. I think the average lot is about 9,200 square feet if you average them all out. These would be public roads and improvements standard for public roads. But again, that would all be dealt with in the subdivision process. This is a concept only. On March 19th in 2025, the Planning Commission reviewed this in a public hearing. They voted 5-1 with one abstaining to forward recommendation of denial to the council for the zone change. And that's all I have for you. Do you have any questions for staff? I know the applicant's here and had some things he wanted to show.
Do you have an aerial view?
Just this one, yes.
Can you zoom out?
Zoom out? No, I can't. Sorry.
You can't? Okay.
I can pull up aerials and zoom out if you want.
I will ask you to do that later.
No sweat. Later?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. We have the technology.
Any questions? Yeah, let's go ahead and hear from the applicant.
Can you hear me pretty good? Okay. I'll just keep my comments pretty short. We've all talked about this a lot. We've been to plenty of public meetings. I'll just give maybe a little history and then we'll just have some discussions. But so about a year ago, the property owner came to us and some other home builders and told us that, he was no longer interested in leasing this property to the Wilkerson Farms and that he wanted to sell it. And so, we, negotiated with him and got the property under contract. And then we went and met with city staff and sat down in the city offices and looked at the city's general plan and asked the staff, what are we supposed to do, according to the city's plan with this area? And based on the city's general plan, they pointed us to a PRD, which, fit within the city's general plan. And that's the first plan that we brought forward was a PRD that, we'd worked with staff and gone back and forth on. And we brought that and, went through all those public meetings and, there was a lot of kind of pushback because we had some townhomes in that. And a lot of the talk was about density and, how we didn't want to do townhomes. And so, we went back to the drawing board, so to speak, and changed it to an R8, which, we were told is kind of the golden standard for Orem. They're single family homes. They're, large lots, 9,000 square foot lots. And that's kind of, how we got where we are. I guess one thing I would mention is, our application is to rezone the property. It's not to, end Wilkerson Farm or anything like that. That decision is just, it's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to rezone the property. And I think it's important to note that, what we're asking for is consistent with the city's general plan. A couple of things are also important. That road, I think is it 2000 South, Jared? 2000 South right now, it's an old county road. It's just a small, narrow road. There are, people are complaining about the traffic there. And I think that's what happens when there's development all around in a city, but you're left with some small county roads. Part of our development would be widening that road. We'd be putting in sidewalk. I know you all know, I don't know if it's the biggest city park or the nicest, but there's a really nice city park over there. And there's a bunch of residents that are already, kind of walking there and there is no right of way. Part of our development would be widening that road, putting in sidewalk. A couple other things, it's on the city's, master plans for their utilities. There's a trail that's supposed to go through here when the property's developed. We're supposed to install a master plan storm drain line for the city. It was planned that this would be developed. It's part of the city's master plan. It's a pretty big storm drain line that runs through it. So there's a lot of things that, this property has been planned to be developed in all of the city's plans. And so I just think those are some important things to note. So I know also, I don't know if the property owner wants to speak, but I know one of his representatives does. So those are my comments, and I'll let Jason.
Is it possible to hook into your screen? Sit by you. Sure. Oh. Mayor Young and council members, I appreciate for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. I know this has been a bit of a difficult issue. Displacing a farm is not fun. But I know that, Al Switzler, who owns this property, has been the biggest supporter of Wilkerson Farm from the very beginning, to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars of his own money and the use of the property for basically no charge for 10 years. But he's choosing now to move on. I think it will be helpful for the council and possibly those that are here interested in this to see a few slides, to share our thoughts of where the Al Switzler and the owner of this property is coming from. This property was annexed into the city in 2015. This graphic shows, the yellow line shows the 227 acres that were annexed in. The red line was the previous boundary of Orem City before the annexation. This is the graphic that was used at the annexation city council meeting, and I put the blue over the top of it to show you where the subject property is. The minutes of this meeting, when this was annexed, described the land as a mixture of light industrial, community commercial, low density residential, and professional services. And it says, for this reason, it was placed in an OS 5 zone, open space 5, as a transitional holding zone. It was never intended to leave it in an OS 5 zone forever. It was meant to be placed into the zone, as if you could imagine this were coming into the city today with that many uses, putting the correct zones in the correct places from the beginning just is impossible. So it was zoned OS 5 at that time for that reason. The second graphic here shows 3 separate general plans that were presented at that time in 2015. There was a lot of work and effort gone into this to get the correct general plan. Option A, which is in the top left corner, had the subject property as high density residential, which is right here with the arrow. Option B had light industrial, and option C has it at low density residential. And as we all know, option C is the one that was accepted. So this is that option C that shows the low density residential. And once again, I've placed that blue section over it so you can see the subject property. All of these graphics except for that, the little blue addition are what was used in the actual annexation meetings where it was approved. So now I'm going to take the current zoning map in Orem City and just talk through 6 rezones that have happened in the city since this was originally zoned OS 5. There are 3 here that were zoned commercially and 3 that were zoned residential. If you look down here in the bottom left-hand corner, this PD 55 was rezoned recently, last year in 2024. And as you remember, because you're the ones that voted on this, it's a gas station and some flex commercial space that is either a light industrial or a retail type flex space that was approved last year. The second one is the red, C2. This is where the Holiday gas station is currently under construction. That was approved in 2020, and that went from the OS 5 zone into the C2 zone. The third one, professional office, this is the autism center that's been there for a while, and that was rezoned to professional office zone in 2023. The 3 residential zones, there were more that have been zoned in this entire 227 acres, but I'm only going to focus on these 6. The first residential is this one here. It's the large apartment complex that's there. It's a PD 43 zone, and it's a multifamily zone that allows up to 12 units to the acre.
The second one is Peyton Crossing, 22 lots that were approved in 2018. And once again, this was OS5 zone that was then rezoned into an R8 zone, which is exactly the same thing we're trying to do to the contiguous property to the east. The third is this PRD zone. And this is the most interesting one, I believe, in my mind. There's 25 homes that were approved on this lot just 18 months ago by this council. 5 of the members of this council voted on this. Chris Kilpack and Jen Gale were not on the city council at this time, but the remaining 5 of you voted for this. 5.2 units per acre density. And if we were to transfer that same density that was approved, 25 single family homes that was approved on this lot contiguous to the subject property, the Wilkerson Farm property would have 76 lots on it, 76 homes. The applicant is only proposing an R8 zone, which would limit it to the 53 that's being applied for currently. So R8 zone application, 3.7 units to the acre is all that this would be when it's all built out. This is what it would look like when it's all said and done. 53 homes that create an atmosphere similar to the lines of what Family City USA is trying to create. As we've worked with the city staff on the approvals of this, every one of them have said that it meets or exceeds any requirement necessary that they've seen through traffic or engineering of any kind, utilities planning. And it's no different than the dozens and dozens of other single family neighborhoods that have been approved through Orem City that are all across our city. And so as a representative, Al Switzler, who owns this property, we ask that you treat this property no differently than you treated these other properties and rezone this to a low density residential zone, which was the intention from the beginning when this was originally annexed, and it's not changed to today. And so any questions, I'm happy to answer them, or I'm happy to sit back in the audience as well.
Oh, I'd like you to pull your map back up. There,
one?
no, the one you were just at,
This
right there. And I'm going to give you a little context, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
From my experience. PD 55, you're right, that was approved as a gas station and commercial. It will be frontage-ing the new Lakeview, is that what it's called? Lakeview Parkway.
Yes.
Will be the frontage on that. So that is an appropriate zone. If you were to go watch the video of that meeting with the city council, we changed the site plan during the meeting and added a significant buffer zone between the homes that were already there and this commercial use. So let's put that in context.
And so just to be clear, I'm not saying that I'm against any of these zones. I'm saying they were all OS5 and they're changing as they're being developed.
Right, and thank you. I will get to that. The C2, the Holiday Oil, I'm going to just call that one a sneak attack that happened during 2020, during COVID, when all those people who lived in those R8 homes bought their homes there, bought their lots to build their brand new homes. That particular area was shown as R8 and on all of the sales material that they had, and somehow that gas station got through. That was before I was on the council. The PRD zone, the brown one, that one was a housing unit that was specifically presented to the council as for autism, for the autism school that's right in front of it. So to the west of that is professional office. Those were supposed to be specially built homes for children with autism and families with children with autism. And if you'll notice, there was a significant buffer zone left from the east to the railroad tracks and to the edge there, that diagonal line.
And to that point, that there's no way in the minutes of the approval, there's no way to limit the purchase of those properties to anybody. So I could go buy one. And I have no autistic children, so.
I completely agree with you on that one, and I asked that question during the meeting.
Yeah.
But that was the story that was told to the council at that time. Yeah. They've since changed their plans on that one, by the way. The intent there that was given to the council that those would be built to a higher standard of construction because of autism. Children with autism often have an issue with sound, right? And issues with that. So, whatever you want to say to the council, we believed them at the time, and hopefully that will be what will come to fruition on that land. So I just felt like and then, to your traffic point, I'm just going to push back on that. I've been a resident where I've fought developments in my area, and I've seen traffic studies for the exact same property change based on what the developer wanted them to say. So I can appreciate that, but we do have a lot of unknowns here with what's going to go in on the Provo side there with as far as homes and traffic and those types of things on that center.
Provo side's already been platted and approved.
Right, but until you actually get the homes there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I don't necessarily want to have a debate about this, but I'm just trying to say, these are also, I'm hearing all sides here. These are, I tried to give you those decisions in context because I don't, there was some inference there that we approved all this stuff, but I wanted to give you some context there with that.
I appreciate that. So the 2000 South property, the street, and Roger Dudley's here that's helping design that street. It's a 66-foot wide road. It'll have an eastbound lane, a westbound lane, full lane. It'll have a turn center lane in the middle, left, right turn. So it's 3 full lanes, and then they have medians on both sides. And so it's going to be a 66-foot wide road from the tracks all the way down to the lighted intersection on Geneva Road, and probably beyond. I haven't looked beyond that, but it's, as far as it being a little country road, it's not. It's as wide as any other city street other than the major streets like University Parkway and Center Street. It's more like probably 8th East down by the not 8th East. It's probably like, the streets change, but it'll have a center turn lane left and right from the center, left both ways from the center of the 2 lanes. So it's a full 3-lane road. So as far as traffic, I don't, it's not going to, in my opinion, affect much. And lastly, it's more of a property rights issue than anything, in my opinion. The farms, I know there's a lot of people here that are trying to save Wilkerson Farms. That's one of the reasons why we tried to push this into June and July. With the farm off of the property, this would have been a much different discussion. June 1st, they will be off their property, and they've been notified in writing they will be off their property. And we were hoping to present this to the council with that not being an issue, but we are where we are.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay.
Unless Al.
Any questions from the council?
Thank you.
Councilmember Millett brought up a traffic study. Do you have any comment towards that?
I actually have a graphic on that, just in case you brought it up. This is a graphic from the traffic study that was done by Avenue Consultants. Avenue Consultants is probably the premier traffic study engineer in the state. David Bezant is the engineer, and I've been doing this for 30 years, and by far he's the most, in my opinion, the most respected engineer out there. He prepared this himself. The circle shows 56 single-family detached housing. He actually made a mistake. Thanks for viewing. Oh, I guess we're done. There we go. The 56 was a typo from a previous, this has been brought to the council 2 or 3 times. The 56 units was one of the other times it was brought to the council. But what this shows is that at the peak hours, AM peak hours, there are 58 vehicles that are going in and or out of the property. 15 coming in and 43 going out. At the PM peak hour, there are 78. And so what that means is that in the morning, the busiest hour in the morning, basically every minute 1 minute, a vehicle will be leaving or coming in. And obviously 2 or 3 could leave at once, and then it may sit there for a number of minutes before the next one comes in. But on average, during that first hour, and the weekly daily total would be 784 in and out of the project. There are 2 access points in and out of the project, and so it'll be spread out from either one of those. This combines both of those access points. And so the David Besant Avenue Consultants said the impact from this development onto 2000 South and Geneva Road is very minimal. There is impact. There's 53 new homes there, 53 families that live there now. But the impact as far as waiting times is next to nothing, because most of the traffic waiting will be actually before it enters onto 2000 South. Once it's 2000 South, once it's been approved, there's really no concern with the traffic. And we've consulted with the traffic engineers here at the city, and they've agreed with this concept.
Does this include your Provo development? How many homes are you own the Provo side, right? How many homes are you putting there? 30? And did this traffic study take into account those 30 homes being completed?
No, this is just Orem.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you extrapolate, we're probably, another, a couple hundred a day or so. Thank you, Jeff. Great question.
Any other questions?
Do you want this left up for discussion or close it and go back to you?
Want to see the other area? Yeah, gotcha.
Say it again. Okay, thank you. Yank card, thank you. The comments are going to go here. First.
How far out did you want to zoom?
I don't need it. Just during.
Oh, okay.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right. We'll have it. What's up? No problem.
Have you got anything more, Jared?
No, I don't think I have anything to add necessarily. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and open up public comment. And with this, it's just a matter of, I know there's a lot of you here, and so I want you to be able to say what you want to say, but do try and keep it concise.
Can I just ask?
And if you go over 3 minutes, I'll have to cut you off.
I'm not starting yet. I just want to know this before we get started. Are we allowed to ask them questions as they were allowed during the previous one, where they were allowed to ask the developers questions?
Yeah, not really.
I just want to clarify. They told us in the neighborhood meeting it was going to be 40 houses on the south side and Provo side. Have they changed it, or was that a misstatement tonight? Everybody in the neighborhood meeting was told 40.
Okay, yeah, no.
Are you with them? I am. Okay.
So,
all right.
yeah, so what you need to do tonight is just present whatever you like to present to the council, but we can't really have a group conversation going on.
Okay, then I will just tell you my concerns from what I heard tonight.
If I can interject, sometimes what works well is if a neighbor has a question, they can ask the question, Gary or Jared can make a note of it, and then when the public comment is done, then the developer can come back and answer those questions.
Okay, so we can follow that process.
All right, questions. Are they saying they personally are going to widen the street all the way down to the stoplight, or are they going to wait till Provo does it? They're only going to take care of in front, and then it's going to narrow back down and bottleneck until Provo does it, or are they going to be responsible for all the way down? And the traffic study was done before the gas station was open, and that's going to add a lot of traffic, plus the south side and this. And we're really sometimes it takes us 5 minutes to get out of 800 West because of if the train's there, traffic backs up, sometimes almost to the light. If the light's red, it blocks up toward the thing. So traffic is a real problem.
Did you state your name?
Sherry Fong. Sorry.
Sherry Fong?
Fong.
Fong.
Lives in Peyton Crossing. So we're concerned about the traffic and the study that was not taking in gas station and south side. And the safety, we have at least 20 kids living in our little tiny neighborhood, plus the Provo side. And they all get together after school, and we need, if they're going to go do widening of the streets and things, we need traffic lights. We need something to make it safe for these kids to get back and forth. And I see a lot of people on 2000 South not stopping enough distance from the school buses when the little stop lights signs come out and the lights are flashing. And the kids linger and talk. The bus moves on. Then they go south side, north side with no adult around. And it's worrisome. So please consider also the fact that when we bought these homes, like I believe it was Miss Millett said, we bought before anything about the gas station or anything else was even known about. When we bought our home, there were 2 houses where the gas station is. So we had no idea that during COVID, they were going to have a Zoom meeting that nobody knew about and change the zoning. So please, we need open space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I think most of you know who I am, and if you don't, you should read the Orem Forum. My name's Anthony Kretschmer, and I was asked to read something in behalf of Rome Allen. Good evening, council members. I'm reading this on behalf of Rome Allen, who couldn't attend tonight due to a family baptism. On April 8th, I requested an investigation into the rescheduling of the Wilkerson Farm rezoning vote. I also asked for policies to address conflicts of interest. I would like an update. Residents deserve answers to these questions. Question 1, which council member requested a behind-the-scenes vote to reschedule the rezoning meeting? Who asked city staff to conduct a vote by phone rather than a public forum? Why did this council member prioritize the developer's wishes over residents who spent hundreds of hours and funds sending out postcards and emails for the April vote? Question 2. Jason Dodge, who works for the landowner and is facilitating the sale of the potential development, wrote online that he wanted the vote postponed until after Wilkinsons were no longer on the property in hopes that people would give up fighting to protect the land. Which council members are participating in that strategy against Orem residents? 3, are there council members with financial or personal ties who should recuse themselves from voting on this project? This project has raised serious concerns about possible backdoor deals eroding public trust. 4, both the developer and the landowner have indicated if the vote does not go in their way this time, they were assured that after the election, things would change. Who told them that? Why? It is concerning that there seems to be an agenda in play, plans to remove council members who are fighting to preserve Family City USA in order to push higher density growth again. Orem 5. Orem is currently Utah's most densely populated city. We are 95% built out. The developer has a large development already planned right across the street on the Provo side. Why sacrifice Orem's last open spaces for luxury homes starting at $800,000 to $900,000? 6, have city council members researched the dangers of building homes close to trains? Building near train tracks poses safety risk, including derailments. The Planning Commission has discussed and researched these risks and has recommended against rezoning. 5-1, by the way. All right. And I used my time on behalf of Rome. I'm just going to say this. I'm going to echo what Rome said. We are the densest city in Utah. We are 95% built out. I was told personally on a Facebook comment, Jason Dodge wants us built out 100%. He wants us built out 100%. And are the developers going to say, oh, Orem's built out, let's go to a different city? No, they're going to want to build up. And that's high density and multi-use. Thank you.
Say, excuse me. Say, Bren, did you say we could fix that?
Yeah, if you want to take a quick break, then we can kind of untangle the cords for the mic there and extend it to get it on the podium, so it's a little bit.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break, and a firm 5-minute break. So we'll take a 5-minute break. You can keep your places in line, and we'll fix the mic, and we'll be right back.
less desirable and will fall. I've seen it happen where they'll fall into disrepair. I kind of like the previous plan that had an HOA and that had all of that under control to keep all of that maintained. If you look up and down railroad tracks, a lot of times you'll see homes that no one wants or people don't want to pay a lot of money for, and so they kind of just fall into disrepair. And so that's one of my concerns is I think, maybe a quiet zone should be part of this, and then maybe an HOA. Also, the lots behind me, the developer had given us, I guess, matched our lots better with the previous plan.
Sorry, your time's up.
Sorry. And so that was my other concern. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Flores, and I'm a proud Orem resident and homeowner. Thank you. I just want to say thank you to Alf, the homeowner, for letting us benefit from his land for the last 10 years. But I'm here to offer a hopeful alternative to rezoning Wilkerson Farm. Instead of development, I propose that Wilkerson Farm be preserved and transformed into a nonprofit educational farm, a living, working space where our children and families and community members can reconnect with the land and our shared agricultural heritage. Turning Wilkerson Farm into a nonprofit would open the door for fundraising opportunities through donations, grants, endowments, and more community events. It would also provide educational programs for school groups and families, and hands-on learning experience. And some examples of that are harvesting and fertilizing soil and milking cows and collecting eggs. And it could also be a living museum where sustainable agriculture could preserve our roots, our farming roots, and also provide organic food and teach skills that are becoming extremely rare in our modern world. And as a mother, I want a place where my children can not only learn something as essential as growing food, but have an opportunity to eat fresh, local food that has not been genetically modified or has been poisoned by pesticides. Thank you. The farm's operational model would be supported by 1, donations and grants as the primary source of income, 2, the supplemental revenue from the visitor fees and the continuation of their community-supported agriculture program, as well as their seasonal harvest festival and other events. And then 3, also by community volunteers, fostering pride in our community and reducing costs. And we could draw upon the expertise of UVU and Utah State's Extension Office here in Orem to provide state-of-the-art farming techniques. I firmly believe in the value of non-governmental, community-led, community-serving, mission-driven organizations, and I'm happy to organize with like-minded people to make this happen. Rezoning and developing this land would benefit only a few, preserving it as farmland and expanding its purpose to serve as an educational resource could benefit thousands of Orem families now and in the future, upholding the slogan, Family City USA. So I ask you, please keep Wilkerson Farm zoned as agriculture. Let's protect this space, not just from development, but for something greater, for learning and for connection and community. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Anna Green, and I've lived here in Orem for most of my life, over 40 years. And first, I want to sincerely thank you for all of the work that you do on behalf of our city. I especially appreciate the Christmas lights in the city park. I think they bring a really special sense of community and joy during the holidays. And thank you for all of the other unseen ways that you serve. I'm here tonight to speak briefly about the Wilkerson Farms rezone issue. And like many others in the community, one of the things that I love most about Orem is our commitment to parks and open land. And I understand why neighbors want to preserve this property as it is, and I truly respect that perspective. But I also value conservative principles like property rights and liberty and fairness. And from what I understand from tonight is that Wilkerson Farms is closing at the end of the month, and the lease is not being renewed. And so the farm will be gone regardless of what the council votes tonight. Voting no doesn't save the farm. If this land is important to the neighborhood or the city as a whole, then I support if the landowner is supportive of this, then giving people time to do something like what the woman before me just proposed, maybe 6 months or a year to try and pool resources, or for the city to purchase it. That seems like a fair and community-minded solution. But if no buyer comes forward and the land is just sitting there empty, then I believe it's only right the city allow the property to be developed into single-family homes, especially when the proposed development is consistent with the surrounding neighborhoods and the general plan. And this is about freedom and fairness and property rights, private property rights. And a city that respects its residents must also respect landowners and the rule of law. And thank you for all of your work and listening tonight.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Strong. I live at 1664 South, 500 West, just in the Lakeview area by the Stake Center off of 1800 South. I like the idea of this being single family homes, this development. I have family that lives in the neighborhood across the street on 2000 South in the Provo side. They are excited about the development of the 30 homes going on that new piece of property. And they would love, and I'm speaking for them at this point, but they would love that development to match across the street. It would make safe sidewalks to get down to Nelson Grove Park. And from a citizen that lives close to this area, having a long-term outlook and sustainability of Orem is single-family homes. I don't think there's a better use for the property. We, a year ago, kind of went to the same thing on the property, the 10 acres that were on 1423 South, 400 West. Some of the people that are arguing don't build anything here were arguing for a highway commercial zone. So it's kind of weird that now they don't want anything built when some of the public members wanted highway commercial on that zone. The city council voted to rezone that as R8, and now we have 37 homes going in that it's going to be a great addition to our neighborhood right there off of 1423 South, 400 West. We're really excited about that development, and we feel like this development on this property would match our neighborhood and kind of maintain a great single family environment that I want to live next to the rest of my life. So thank you.
Members of the City Council, hello. My name is Mercedes Catamartori. I am a resident of the city, and I believe it is in the best interest of the public to keep our remaining farmland, Wilkerson's or otherwise, for its intended purpose, to grow agricultural products. I hold a bachelor's of science in agribusiness management, so I can say with confidence in my agricultural education that our local farmland is part of what makes Orem such a great place to live. Not just the farmland that is the topic of tonight, but all of our little remaining open space and growable space. I believe the landowner has every right to sell their land, but zoning should stand. Developments and buildings can be built on bedrock, against cliffs, in a swamp. You can build anywhere. You cannot, however, grow crops anywhere. To see our working plots of land that are producing food bulldozed and paved chills my blood, as it should yours. We should be begging our farmers to stay. We should be doing everything possible to keep them close, giving them every incentive to provide us and continue to provide us with local, low cost, and nutritious food. Simply put, no farms, no food. So thank you. I'll leave you with these lyrics from a hit song from my youth that best encompasses what I'm trying to get across. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Isabel Stoddard, and I know that this decision to try to rezone won't, if we want to keep agriculture, won't benefit the developers or the person selling, but I believe it's more important for the community as a whole to keep it as is. And part of that is because we can see what happens when a city gets very developed. So all across the United States, cities such as New York, Chicago, San Francisco, they're all spending millions upon millions of dollars to expand urban agriculture because they realize that they developed too much too quickly. And we are not to that point in Orem yet, but it could get to that point if we don't protect the remaining farmland that we have now. So once farmland is gone, it's gone forever. And there are so many benefits for the entire community for keeping farmland, such as urban green spaces. It reduces heat, it filters air, captures carbon, supports pollinators and biodiversity. Local farms also contribute to local food resilience, producing fresh, healthy food for the community. And Orem now has a rare opportunity that isn't about resisting growth, it's about guiding it wisely. Preserving this land isn't a step backwards, it's a step forward in protecting education, environment, and local food for generations. Cities across the country are investing millions to restore what we still have now, and we don't have to claw back green space, we can protect what we have now. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Linda Olson, and I will be giving a speech for Helena Kleinlein, who could not be here. So I'll be reading it. Members of this council may have received favors from Mr. Jason Dodge, a local realtor, that have influenced their decisions on property developments in the city of Orem. Jason Dodge, who is a driving but silent force behind this rezone, both as a realtor from Colliers and Tapitha's Way, recently stated on Facebook that, quote, neither the current landowner nor the developer have ever donated to the campaign of any member of the council, unquote. And he was right, except Mr. Dodge did not disclose his personal donation to three city council members. Chris Kilpack told myself and Jim Hawks that Jason Dodge had given him, Chris Kilpack, Jen Gale, and Jeff Lamson permission to place political signs on all the land that Mr. Dodge owns in Orem during the election campaign of 2023. And that's a sizable amount of property and very advantageous in an election. Having done a large favor for Chris Kilpack, Jason Dodge has now, not surprisingly, earned the support of those same three council members, even though it goes directly against the wishes of their constituents. This constitutes an election contribution, and this violates the Utah Public Officers and Employees Ethics Act. Utah State Code 67-16-5.6 states, no person may donate or offer to donate personal property in exchange for approval of an application or permit, unquote. This is exactly what happened in the last election. Mr. Jason Dodge gave privileges to three of our council members in order to get them elected. And now he is calling in his favor as the realtor from Colliers, representing the Whitestone Estates developers. Because of this conflict of interest, Chris Kilpack needs to recuse himself from this vote tonight because he cannot possibly be objective when he owes Jason Dodge such a large favor. So, Mr. Kilpack, your constituents are asking you to recuse yourself from this vote. This is a matter of your integrity and trustworthiness. If Mr. Kilpack chooses not to recuse himself from this will be seen as an act of pay to play. It is unconscionable.
Sorry, time's up.
And point of order. Mayor, point of order. With regard to that last letter, this particular individual was committed a misdemeanor and was charged with stealing signs. And also,
I've never personally received any remuneration or anything else. It was just a form of I could go to any business, may we put a sign. There was never any other factor or any other agreement of any kind. So I think that's a form of disparagement that's inappropriate.
Thank you.
Point of order, voting is not. Mayor.
Perhaps Mr. Earl could explain donations versus, buying a vote. Could you explain a little bit about that, Stephen?
We understand that. Obviously, you don't.
So I'll defer to the mayor. The mayor is in charge of the meeting, directing the meeting. If the mayor wants to direct a question to me, I'm happy to answer that.
I don't think we want to get off into the weeds. Let's just keep going with the comments. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michelle Lennon. I've worked at Wilkerson Farm for the last 8 years. Working there has helped me gain knowledge and experience that I haven't had at any other job. Having a job in that environment has taught me the satisfaction of hard work, to have food awareness, how to work with a team, resilience and uncertainty, to pay attention to detail, and to connect with nature. I know all these characteristics would and have benefits to the younger generation of the community that come and work at the farm. It's a great project and does much good and service for its community. It would be disheartening and devastating to lose this piece of farmland that has optimal soil to grow food for food security and gives the community and future generations the experience of agriculture and open space. In closing, I've seen firsthand the work and love that's been put into the farm to serve the community and witness the fruits of our labors as we see the love and unity that the community has for the farm. If there's any hope in saving the farmland, I would suggest that you would vote against the rezoning, for the farm will benefit the community more than housing. Thank you.
I'm John Porter. I live in Peyton's Crossing, directly west of this project. I smiled when the now largely irrelevant traffic study was put on the screen with all the statistics. It reminded me of Mark Twain saying, there are lies, there are damn lies, and there are statistics. That study took nothing into consideration for the added traffic to the south. A lot has been said. I join in most of it, but I would like to further mention something about density in our city. I've asked your staff, and they have done so, to pass out this blue handout. And I have a few more if anyone wants it later. The city of Orem is the most densely populated city in the county of Utah. The density of this city is 5,000 plus people per square mile. Our city to the south and north, or whatever direction it is, Provo, has almost half that. We are completely built out. We do not need more homes, more traffic, more overflow parking on our roadways, all of the problems that will come with this development. I strongly suggest that we observe and honor the existing zoning, which calls for large lot residential development and open space. And we do that in remembrance and as a tribute to the heritage of this city. Thank you.
Karina Lewis. I'm here because I feel very badly for the owner of this land who is in an impossible situation, trying to make people happy. Some people here are really attached to the Wilkerson Farm, the carnival, the experience of that, and that is no longer feasible. Al Switzler has spent 6 years trying to make this, trying to make it profitable. He's put hundreds and thousands of dollars of his money and given them free rent, trying to make this profitable. And not only do I appreciate him for that, and not only do I respect him for that, I also believe him if he says this does not make market sense. And I trust him. He has no idea who I am, but you know someone based off what they do and the outcomes they have, and that this whole sale, the whole proceeds will go to Tabitha's Way, and he is not personally benefiting from this. Some people don't care so much about the carnival experience, they care about the soil and the gardening, and I have the most compassion for that perspective, and I don't have a good answer to that. I've tried to go through different solutions in my mind, but to me, it's very important that something makes sense from a free market perspective, that it's going to be profitable and that it makes sense. Other people have expressed they don't care what happens to the land. As long as it's zoned as open space, they don't care if it goes to weeds and if it's vacant. And my nightmare for this is that whoever buys that land will first get a great discount, and Tabitha's Way will not get the funding it could, but also that owner could just wait for things to change, and then that owner could push high density. Instead of single family homes, we could be looking at 14 acres of apartment buildings. And I do not want that. I don't think very many people here would want that. So what I'm recommending is that we untie this owner's hands, that he can have the freedom to support Tabitha's Way, that he can fight hunger, that he can continue this mission that his mind and his heart is so invested in. Thank you.
My name is Doyle Mortimer. I'm a resident of Orem. I was raised on a dairy farm. I drive down Geneva Road. I was raised on a dairy farm, and I drive down Geneva Road several times a week. And I appreciate the rural nature of Geneva Road. And I miss farms. That's why I often have to go to Juab County or other places. But common sense says that if that isn't going to be a farm, which it isn't going to be a farm, then it has to be looked at as a property just like all the others that you vote on every day throughout Orem, and consider something, and that is now you have a common sense developer who is willing to stay with single family residences while others all over the city are destroying orchards and everything else around them for multifamily, high density, multi-story apartments and otherwise. I think that what is happening here is we're turning into a political, not potato, tomato. And people are throwing a lot of falsehoods here, when in reality, this is a common sense thing to do and the right thing to do, considering the location and otherwise. Before I step away, I was a member of the Utah State Legislature. We received donations every day when we were in the legislature. And sometimes you had a direct conflict of interest, and you would state that conflict of interest before you voted and otherwise. But I promise you that I don't think any person in this council today, and I know every one of you, or Jason Dodge, who I know, is a dishonest person and is buying or selling a vote. That's all I have to say.
Hanson. I've lived in Orem for 26 years and love it. And I think the city has done a great job managing as best it can growth, which is always difficult. This is my first ever city council meeting. I appreciate what all of you do. And thank you. This is a lot of work and a lot of hours. And even if you're getting paid, we appreciate your efforts. I came to the city council meeting because I fell down a rabbit hole on Facebook a few days ago. And I saw something happening that concerned me because it followed a pattern I saw as somebody who grew up, before I lived in Orem for 26 years, I grew up in Oregon. And in Salem, Oregon, it was a beautiful town to grow up in, great shopping district downtown, a place that now you would not want to take your kids to. And the thing that started that slippery slope was the same thing that I've saw on Facebook that made me worry, which was almost a mob mentality of accusations, concerns for people that have high emotions for the place they live, trying to persuade public officials that people who don't have an interest in a property should be able to decide how that property is used. And that happens up in Oregon all the time, and you can see the consequences. It has been a disaster. And when people who don't have standing try to decide how a property should be used, it ends up becoming an unmanaged property. And I would not like to see that happen. And my three primary concerns are: number one, original intent and precedent. When this land was first annexed, it was stated quite clearly it was going to be single-family homes or a residential or a mixed-use zoning to change as property changed hands. I think that was a good plan. And there have recently been zones just like that right next to it. So my second concern is I don't, as a resident, want the city to be spending legal challenge money defending itself if it were to make a decision to not rezone this property when there's a clear precedent for the same kind of properties. I do not know the developer. I do not know the owner. I've not had a conversation with either one of them. I couldn't even tell you their names. I'm just concerned about this pattern, which I've seen before, that ruined a community that I loved and lived in for many, many years. And I don't want to see the same slippery slope happen here to us. Thank you.
My name's Mark Johnson, and I didn't have anything else to do tonight, and I wanted a public forum to talk about the fact that the Utah Jazz got the 5th pick in the lottery and how unfortunate that was. No. I've lived in Orem for 30
Life is not fair.
That it is not, and I hope everybody in this room understands that, and those that are making the comments. I've lived in Orem for 33 years. I've raised 6 kids here. I live in Northeast Orem, so many may say I don't have a dog in the fight where this is at. Since I've lived in Northeast Orem, 8th North has become a 4-lane highway. 8th East, busiest street there is. University has changed. I've seen Cirque Lodge get approved to put a building and block all of my neighbors' views. We have behavioral hospitals in our neighborhood. We have Harmons and other things. And it has changed the way that our neighborhood is. All that being said, it is an amazing place to live, and change happens. And I understand the people that are struggling with this challenge. I've seen fruit tree after fruit tree torn down in Northeast Orem, farm after farm. Are we out of fruit in Orem? Not at all. Can I still go to the store and get fruit? Yes, there are farms, and there will always be farms. This is a sensible solution to an area where people want to come and live. It's about property rights, and the smear campaigns that I sit and listen to, first city council meeting I've also been to, and the smear campaign of people that don't really know the people they're smearing is unacceptable. I love Orem. And where I live has a lot of challenges that the people that are complaining about probably wouldn't like, but it's a great place. It should be rezoned, single-family homes. Let other people come here and enjoy what we have, work together with the Planning Commission, build the infrastructure and take care of the concerns, but let this happen. Thank you.
My name is James Brown. I want to just really briefly address the property rights issue. I think it's been kind of an interesting discussion tonight because earlier we had the whole conversation about short-term rentals and all that, and it seems like the city really wants to put their thumb on that. They want to have absolute control over short-term rentals and that sort of thing. At least that seems like the direction that it's going from the concerns that were expressed. And yet now we're talking about, oh, property rights, property rights, property rights. I think we need to be consistent about that. And so I would just caution you to play that fairly on both sides. But the main thing that I want to address tonight is I want to give you another option. I want to give you a third option here. I feel like there's basically two camps. One camp is we want houses. The other camp is, oh, we're trying to control what Al's doing. I want to offer you a third option. The citizens have gotten together. We would like to buy that property. The problem is, as long as this process continues to go on, Al is under contract. So Al can't sell it to anyone else. So there's no way that we as citizens, the neighbors, the people who are most impacted by this, can step up and purchase this and do what we want to do with it, which is maintain it as a farm, because this process keeps going on. So I would encourage you to make a decision tonight to not approve this. Give us as neighbors a year, which is, as I understand it, the process, right? You can't bring back the same plan within a year. Give us a year to fund this and encourage Al to participate with us. He bought this property because he wanted to preserve the farm. That was his stated goal 15 years ago when he bought this property, is I want to maintain this as a farm. I want those fresh vegetables. I want to continue that, and I want to give Al his money. I want to pay Al full price, whatever that is, 5 million, 6 million, whatever that number is. I want to pay him full price so that he gets his money, he can go do whatever with Tabitha's way, and yet we as neighbors have the opportunity to better control that because we would own it as a consortium. So I would encourage you to deny this so that that process can go on. If that doesn't happen, my comment would be that Tom McDonald said, I'm the one who brokered this deal. I'm going to remember that when I vote. And Tabitha's Way is not getting any of my donations because they're taking away the production of food to build a food bank. How does that make any logical sense at all? We're going to take away a farm to build a food bank. That makes no sense to me. Anyway, I encourage you to deny this so that we as neighbors can take control of that, purchase that, give Al all of his money, everybody wins. Thank you.
Hi, Council. My name is Skylar Griffin. I agree with a lot of the points that were just made. It sounds like there's a lot of potential solutions to not have this property fall into a state of unmanagement. So I live adjacent to Wilkerson Farm in the RA zone. I've got 3 young kids. We've got a 5-year-old, 2-year-old, a newborn. We enjoy going to the farm every year. It's a place where we've made a lot of great family memories. We walk to the pumpkin patch. We go through the farm. When our family comes to town, we take them as well. So while fully understanding that the farm will probably be lost in that respect, it is something that we are going to miss as a uniquely Orem experience for families. So specifically, I have a couple concerns. I'm concerned with the space directly north. That's right, touching, where my home is. It seems that it's too small to fit houses there and a road. And so if that's also rezoned, I think that creates some issues. Second, my fear is that the new plan is actually just a stepping stone to the old plan. I fear that rezoning is our last defense against the originally high density plan that was proposed. And I think that if we don't uphold that defense, then eventually we're going to have high density in that area through amendments and whatever other processes, and all the issues that come with that. And then lastly, with property rights, right? They do and have always existed. They don't override zoning laws. And I believe that the property owner will have any and every right that he had when he originally purchased the land as open space to do with it what he wants to as open space. So in Family City USA, I fear the negative impact on my family. And for that, I encourage you guys to deny the rezoning. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. My name is Melissa Erickson, and I am actually a resident of Lehigh. And I am here to let you know, I'm here because I just want to tell you the far-reaching effect that Wilkerson Farm has had in Utah County. We have been going to Utah County, we've been going to Wilkerson Farm for CSA shares and before they even did CSA shares, probably since about 2014 is what I want to say. And I second the woman who spoke about the need for organic local food. And to the guy who thinks that we can just go to the grocery store and buy our food there and we'll always have food, must have forgotten about the pandemic, because we had huge food shortages, during which time Wilkerson Farm sold CSAs, which stands for Community Supported Agriculture Shares, for a reasonable, incredibly reasonable price for 10 weeks of local organic food that really lasted for a long time. So my family of 5, 3 small children at the time, we didn't have as much food insecurity as a lot of people did during that time. Okay, because everybody else was all, they were all just dependent on the grocery stores. I just need to let you know that the loss of Wilkerson Farm will be a huge loss to the community and to Utah County. I know many other people who don't live in Orem who also bought CSA shares from Wilkerson Farm during that time. So I'm going to encourage you to don't rezone it. Just don't do it. And it sounds like most of your constituents don't want you to do that. So I would go with them if you want to be reelected. And I'm also saying one last thing. If Orem their motto is all about family, why do we get rid of all the places where families can gather and have fun? Why do we do that? I want you to think about that. So, I know that I will not get to vote, and maybe you think I don't have a stake in the game, but I do have a stake because Wilkerson Farm directly affected my family. And the loss of it will also directly affect my family. And so please do not rezone it. Keep it open space and let somebody farm it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Suzanne King, and I want to thank you for having your patience and for the ability for those of us to come up and express our immense feelings about the place that we live and love. And with gratitude for the theme, Orem City, Family City, USA, I'm very grateful for that and would like to see that. And I would like to ask that we do not rezone. And I love the idea, a couple of the people that said that we could create a community educational, we could have projects to teach children and to grow food. I wanted to bring up World War II in Germany. The people of Germany were starved out. It wasn't just that they were bombed or shot, but when the borders are closed and the people could get no food, they were starving. And we have not had those lessons in America. We've had such good lifestyle and such abundance of food and liberties, but we don't know how important our farmland could be. I wanted to bring up a science experiment by Calhoun in around 1960 about rats, and he had a container with a bunch of rats, and he decided to experiment and compare it to population density. So he packed more rats in, and he found over a period of time that they became neurotic, that they became some criminal behavior, that they treated their babies, they didn't feed them, the babies died, and eventually some of the rats died. And, you know, we have to consider the effects of these decisions. And I celebrate the open space that Wilkerson Farm is, and I vote that we don't rezone. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Margaret Dayton, and last time I spoke to you, you were in a different setting. And isn't this delightful? It's fun to be here with you the first time in your new digs. And I was appreciative tonight of the presentation that was made for people who were pro-green, UVU, and that community that couple that was trying to be pro-green. I like the idea of green. I like the idea that we've had lots of livable space and farm space and open space. And so I want to just say that I endorse a lot of what has been said tonight about private property rights and what has been said about different ways to use the land. Private property owners should have the right to do what they want to do with their land according to the law. And developers should have the right to do what they do with land according to the law. So the decision, of course, is you, the city council, creating zoning that works for the city and what your constituents want. So I just want to thank you very much for being willing to serve as city council, realizing that these zoning issues fall heavily to you. And I would encourage you not to zone away the open space we have, but to vote against this proposal tonight. And please feel appreciated for your service. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Crystal Muhlstein, and a lot of what I want to say has been said, but I will keep it short. There's a few false dichotomies happening here. This idea that, you know, you can only love Wilkerson Farm or want there to be zoning or property rights. I can love Wilkerson Farms and recognize that a landowner should get to do what he wants with that land within the zoning that it's appropriated at, which is what comes to you. The other false dichotomy is that it has to be housing or it has to be farmland, or that if you don't, we shouldn't like this because it's housing. I love the R8 zoning. I think R8 zoning is great. However, in this location, I think R8 zoning is a really bad choice. This is very close to train tracks. And if you've ever lived close to a train track, you know how loud that is. And some poor unsuspecting home buyer will come in and buy that thinking that they've got a great place to live and realize that it is loud and disruptive and it's going to drive them crazy. And what's this going to become? It's going to become a blighted neighborhood. I've lived close to train tracks. I know what that's like. That seems to be falling down, sorry. I would encourage you not to zone this for housing because it's too close to train tracks and the noise would be way too much for any reasonable person to live with. Keeping it as agriculture in the open space and even light industrial would probably make more sense than housing in this area. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nathaniel Wilkerson, and I just want to say that, look, I've lived by trains and they're loud. They're also dangerous. And when we're in the house at night, the shake that when it goes by, it shakes and it feels like an earthquake. So I guess my question is, would you want to live in one of the houses that backs right to the railroad as shown in the current development plan? Because I know I wouldn't, and I'm pretty sure most of the people here wouldn't want to live in one of the houses there too. So please consider your vote. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leanne Swanson. I've been a resident down on Sand Hill Road, which I would really prefer you guys to rename it Sand Hill Speedway, for 30 years. There's no calming device. There's nothing down there. You can't get in your driveway. You can't get out of your driveway. And I'm going to second the gentleman over here that talked about the traffic study that included 2000 South and Geneva Road. Where's everyone going to go? Sand Hill Speedway, sorry. You didn't include that in the study, so that study is a true lie. And if people are going to use Geneva Road to go up, down to the Parkway, to come around to get to Walmart, they're not. They're going to come down Sand Hill Road. So we need to take that into consideration. There's a constant traffic all the time on that road. 24/7. I mean, it's unbelievable down there. And we don't have any, I've called several times to have it patrolled. That doesn't happen either. That they don't show up. But anyway, my suggestion for this property is let's leave it Wilkerson Farm. Let's farm it. Let's have a carnival there. And let's put an event center down there for people to have weddings and other kind of special events. It'd be a great location, a great spot. Like they build them in Spanish Fork, Mapleton area. It'd be a great idea. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel. I've only worked at the farm 2.5 years, but I'm a personal testimony of the change that Wilkerson Farm can have on people. I was raised in Chicago, away from farmland. I was always a girly kind of girl. I hated dirt under my nails. I didn't like to go outside. But working at the farm with such passionate and hardworking people instilled in me values I didn't know that I could have. The loss of this open space will be tragic for the city of Orem. It will be tragic for the children who've never had the opportunity to play at the farm, for the college-age kids who's never had the opportunity to discover a new love and passion, and for the people who benefit from the produce grown out of a farm. Additionally, I actively drive Sand Hill and Geneva every day, and those areas are just so hazardous to drive in, and I think the traffic is just a major concern. I would urge you guys to leave this as farmland for the city. Thank you.
My name is Rachel Wilkerson. I wrote something, but it's 5 minutes. Would you guys permit me to read the prepared message for 5 minutes? I don't know. It's kind of tough.
Sorry, Rachel, but you've got to work it down to 3.
Okay, I'll do my best here. I know that nothing I say will change hearts and minds. That's not my intention here, but I wanted to just say some of the more complex issues that are going on for people that feel all these emotions. I think there's something bigger than just this property, this project. And I don't think it's any one person's fault or any group's fault or anything like that. Number one, farmland is sold for development every minute in the United States because of profitability issues. This is a reflection of the extreme difficulty of the industry itself and our modern culture towards food. It is not a reflection of just us as operators personally. One of the arguments is that the farm cannot succeed financially in the free market were true. If we had focused solely on making profit, growing little by little by little, our impact would have been minuscule. And at that point, they would have said, well, it's making no impact. But because we grew it as hard and fast as we could, there's people here to speak for it. We are not holding hostage the ground for any trying to do that in any way. But the extinction of food producing soils should be alarming. Number two, the American dream of owning land at all is dwindling. The most anyone can hope for from working full-time their entire life is a mere fifth of an acre, maybe less. And even a simple home purchase like that is becoming impossible for the new and young families, including my own. I have 5 young children. Even if the density is needed for the growing population, it should be thoughtfully balanced with open space. Compare that to Central Park for New York City. Number 3, families do not have as much quality time as they need. With both parents compelled to work full-time, children schooling full-time, and the unrealistic expectations of extracurriculars, families are constantly stretched and pulled apart. We need places that are a break from offices, parking lots, traffic, and even just the air of hastiness. Our business may be gone forever, but I think there's multiple ways to serve people with it. It's not just the way that we've shown people. Number 4, the unpredictable free market fluctuations of land value is the crux of this issue. A crash in 2008 is what allowed the farm to even get started by my husband Richard in 2010. And what brought the relationship together in 2015 with the current owner was the mission of food security. He wanted to feed people with better, fresher, healthier food. And I greatly admire the work that Tabitha's Way does. I've witnessed firsthand the essential service they provide. They feed tens of thousands of people. Most of those are children because the children don't know where their next meal is coming from. No argument whatsoever to that. But at great personal sacrifice, we have also tried to produce good food now, but also prepare for the future. After 10 years of working on this, it is not that we suddenly became squatters that needed to get our act together, because why would they sign a 5-year lease in April of 2022? I know that there's people's opinions about the timeline. But what is driving us apart now is fluctuation. Price per acre is changing rapidly and quickly. It is not that we've suddenly become divergent upon our mission. We both have food security at interest. If we were lucky to inherit family land, it would be a different story, and we would take away that temptation, hopefully, by putting it into an easement of some sort. But that's neither here nor there, because we are not able to access land as the new generation. And lastly, I have learned more in months working at the farm. I came from Orange County, California as a young girl. Grew up there my whole life, came here, volunteered to pick pumpkins, and my life was changed. In the mere months working there, I learned more than I did in the years I spent getting a business degree from BYU. So I'm not just a dumb farmer, as people like to think. But as an eternally optimistic farmer, we are just looking for some sort of win-win. As James Brown mentioned, there may be a group that wants to purchase it for something to keep it the way it is. And I will end there. Thank you.
My name is Aldine Jones. I've been doing nonprofit work since I was 8 years old. I had my own nonprofit since 2012. And I've had 3 community gardens that I've run myself in 3 different states. I've also worked in the community gardens in Denver, where they have the children go out of school and take time, and actually they plant things. Well, I don't need to tell you what they do at community gardens, but it's so beautiful for these children. And the earth and the dirt, there's something about gardening that heals people. It's so good for these children. I'm just suggesting the idea that if you leave it open, the right people will come and they'll take that land and turn it into a really productive organic gardening. I see it in California. I'm also from there, and in Sacramento, UC Davis, what they're doing is incredible. And I'm just saying, wow, if you had found a dinosaur bone the size of this nut credenza, whatever you call it, in that property, guess what would happen? You wouldn't be able to do anything on it, right? Right? The museums would, okay. Well, what you have is priceless. You have something that's real. Look at all these people who, America is the sickest people of the world. All Americans are sick. You know why? All the drug companies, and there is no such thing as organic gardening. Monsanto and Bill Gates, and these people are buying up all the farms. There are people on YouTube talking about how people are going to create a fake famine, because people like Bill Gates and people like the globalists think that we should only just have 10% of the people on the planet, and then we'll have a more verdant world. Let's think about this. Look at the drug companies, how they work with this. They're not there for you. These medical stuff is business. What is happening to our food supply is terrible. The stuff they sell there is garbage. It's the stuff that our farmers feed to the pigs. All these diseases are not a coincidence. They're the horrible coincidence of the poisoning they've been dumping. I used to work in fine jewelry. When I was young and looked attractive, I worked in fine jewelry for Finley and for the Liberty House in Hawaii, et cetera, et cetera. Now I'm old and I'm not attractive, so I do flagging on road construction. And I watch these farmers, and it makes me cry, because they used to spray their fields. They don't spray them now. They literally are pouring this poison on all of these plants that these beautiful children in Utah are eating. It's not fit for human consumption, and we all wonder why we're all getting gluten, intolerance. I don't have anything to say. I have a ton of stuff to say, but I'm just telling you, we are at war right now, and we're the only ones that don't realize it here in Utah, because we're the most educated people in the whole world, right here in Utah. A lot of us have 2 or 3 degrees.
Time is up. Thank you.
Yeah. So why is it happening here, where your people are intelligent? That's what I'm saying.
How y'all doing? My name's Reese Hogel. I'm a painting contractor, and I painted the building directly east of the property that's being discussed about 5 years ago. And I would have to wait. 5 years ago, I'd have to wait for a half dozen cars or more on the easement that was there. What strikes me about this is not just at one choice, yay or nay. We're looking at multiple options, but we need time. And I think the best option is to let the citizens purchase this property and put a postponement vote on this for, 1 year. And let him raise the money, and then he gets his money. He's been contributing to our society more than we've ever thought. The man Al is a very generous man with his time and property and resources. To put in a development that serves only housing, it seems like you got 35 on the Provo side, roughly, and then you got 55 over here, roughly. So you're looking at about 80 homes. But you know what I think as a painter, I think that, I'm from Seattle, so the Oregon guy, I relate to you. But the thing is, Daybreak did an awesome job. They put in ponds, like lakes, and there's room enough for that to happen. And I would propose that the acres that are attached to the 150-acre parcel that's zoned for agriculture, correct me if I'm wrong, that one on the north side, I would propose that you make that more open space. The children could farm there. What strikes me is, this is an emotional topic, but what strikes me is there's autism school there, and I was married to a woman with an autistic child, and I could communicate with them, but you had to be in a certain wavelength. If the children are going to be healed, they're not going to be healed anyway, there are just so many issues that need to go into it. You've got brake dust that is more toxic than all the carbon monoxide we're putting out. The brake dust is what's doing the damage to our air. And if you don't have clean air, you get what I'm saying? And so we've got to be aware of either making more options, selling the property to the people, or partially going with the homes and then leave open space so it can still be open space. So we can actually do, two things in one. And I really think that that's what we need to do. So remember the children when you vote, and remember that they need clean air and they need more help than we need. But there's no more open space, by the way. It's only 5% left.
Okay. I think this will be our last.
I cannot do it too.
No, you can do it. No, you are the last.
Okay.
Bring it home.
My name is Rick Jorgensen, and I grew up in Provo and moved to Orem. I appreciate the sentiments that have been said, but the most impactful one on me today was the young dad with the, 5th or 6th child on the way who just bought one of those homes that seemed like they came up overnight just to the west, where the gas station is now, right in between those. His words, I don't know his name. I looked for him. He was a big guy, but I can't see him anymore. He probably went home to take care of those 6 kids. But I live up the road on Main Street in Orem, Main Street, USA, Family City, USA. And the traffic is pretty intense. My dad bought a piece of property on Sand Hill Road about 45 years ago, and I spent a lot of time working that mini farm. It's just a massive garden, really, horses and stuff. And Sand Hill Road is, as the woman who lives on it can testify, I go in and out of there every day a few times, and it's pretty packed. Geneva Road is not fun for me to be on anymore. I used to run down it, but 2000 South is a main thoroughway now, and people are going to go from those housing developments, and they're going to go right up, and they're going to try to drop into Provo, going to the west side, or going to the east side over there, and they're going to use 2000 South, and that's going to become a main thoroughfare too. And you're clogging up all the arteries that are in that area when we add more impact. I'm mostly concerned again about the train. I live at the top of the hill, and it's pretty loud. If I'm living back, if the back of my yard is right on the tracks, I have some concerns about that. I don't know who can afford a $800,000 house, but that's a different issue. But who's going to buy one next to a railroad track? I don't know. I don't know. There is a lot of traffic. I understand development, and I should have probably moved to Genola 10 years ago. But I live in Orem, and I'm grateful for all you guys have done. But I'm not sure it warrants falling on a sword to save a farm. I don't have a vested interest in that, other than the fact I'm trying to work the ground myself, just to stay in touch with reality. Because I still can't figure out how they can produce a raspberry that big. But I think that we need to take in question some stuff long term. I have great respect for this man that does a lot of humanitarian work. He's given away more than I'll make in a lifetime. And so I understand the dynamic. I'm just hoping that we're careful with removing the open space and adding traffic to a place without a plan between Provo and Orem with that road, because it's not pleasant right now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for all of your public comments. We appreciate that. We'll go ahead and bring this back to the council for a conversation. I think does anyone have any conversation you'd like to have, or would you just like to make a statement? I mean, we've been talking about this since December, so is Jen still there? Jen?
I'm still here.
Okay. Jen, would you like to start and just say what your thoughts are?
Sure.
And speak loud, because you're hard to hear.
Okay, I'm trying to. I'm losing my voice a little bit, so I'll do my best. First, I just want to thank everybody who's come and engaged in constructive dialogue about this. I know it's a tender issue for our city, and I have wrestled with it for months, actually. And there are very valid points on all sides of it. I've spent countless hours looking at it from all sides, meeting with residents and city staff and property owners and reading emails and taking calls. And I visited the site several times. And like my fellow council members, I don't take this decision lightly. And I know there are strong feelings about this property, and rightfully so, because we love the Wilkerson Farm, and our community values that open space. And I would love to see it stay open space. But as I've wrestled with this, I keep coming back to this issue that it's not public land, it's privately owned land. You know, I've heard it called our farmland, like as if it belongs to the public, but no matter how much we love it, sentiment can't override ownership. So it's been argued that the property owner should exercise his property rights under the current OS5 zone. And that's a really persuasive argument, except for two things. The first being that the city's general plan, which predates the current owner's purchase, designated this land as low density residential, not farmland. And the property owner bought that with the understanding, and he's now requesting a zone change that aligns with that general plan. Single family homes on R8 lots, which is what we just approved in Northeast Orem. But it's a place for families to grow and thrive in Family City, USA. And the second thing was that the surrounding zoning supports this request. Nearly every adjacent parcel, except for the railroad, has been zoned to R8 or even higher density PRD zones. So denying this one request would unfairly single out the owner and essentially require him to bear the burden of preserving open space for the entire community, which I don't think is fair or even possibly legally defensible. So my last point is that it's been suggested that we deny the zone change to give the public time to put that together, to put financing together. And I've seriously considered that. That was, even until this afternoon, that was a very serious consideration for me. But I think the Wilkersons had over a year to purchase this land before the owner put it up for sale. And after that, it was listed on the open market for nearly 9 months. And at any point, the public could have made an offer and they didn't. So to deny the rezone now after those opportunities have passed just feels unfair to the property owner. So I'm really conflicted in this. I love the idea that it stays farmland. I think there's been some really compelling arguments about the value of farmland. But on this one, I have to side with the rezone.
Okay, thank you, Jen. want to go? Why don't you go ahead and go? And why don't you just jump in when you want?
Yeah, okay, so I just need to address some of these things because I've seen some of these things on social media and people have said things to me. Let me just clarify, and maybe Jared, you can clarify this too, because I think I got this quote from you when we discussed the general plan a few days ago. Jared's our development services, I don't even know what your title is, planning manager. He's our go-to guy, right, when we have questions about zoning and planning. And I just want to clarify this because people keep talking to me about the general plan, the general plan, the general plan. You just need to understand. Well, do you want to take that one, Jared?
About the general plan?
Yeah, an advisory document, the thing you told me. Yeah.
General plans are advisory documents. There's no, and they are living documents. They get modified, they get changed. We're in the process of updating the general plan right now. Some of these things, some of these lines might be changed. There's no, it is always the first thing we consult looking at zone changes, a planner, a city planner, a career municipal planner. The first question you ask yourself when you see a zone change request come through is, what does the general plan say? But it's not the last question you ask yourself. There are other considerations too. It's not the only thing you consider. So other things are important to think about as well.
And thank you. And, I while we were talking on the phone, I wrote down what you said, and I'm just going to quote you if you don't mind, because you kind of got it about right. That's about the same.
That's scary.
You said the general plan is an advisory document. It is the best guess, if you will, of the possible direction of development. It often changes. It doesn't have a strong timing element. It doesn't mean it will happen that way. It is a guideline of where the city may go in the future. It is not binding. It is not law. Staff are currently updating our general plan, and the idea there is we update these every 5 years to kind of adjust them for where our city is going, for where the development environment is going. Yeah. Did I quote you correctly there?
I'm going to say, yeah, I'd stand by that statement. That's how general plans work in my estimation.
Okay, awesome. And then would you pull up that map? I told you I wanted you to have that map ready.
I've got a Google aerial up. Will that work, or do you want?
Yes, Google area is fine, because that, I just wanted, this was something else that I saw online. Where's 2000 South? Right there.
Right there.
Okay, so, and I keep hearing this statement about, all around it is zoned, is residential. It's not. Look to the east. Maybe 3 sides of this property is residential, but there's a 4th side. There's 25% that is not zoned residential. And that carries on for pretty much quite consistently along the railroad track. There's some mistakes, I'm going to tell you. There's some developments along there that I think were bad decisions by council members or developers, but for the most part, and that's what I'm going to address right now, okay? First of all, I just want to start off with my comments and just say thank you. Thank you to all of you for your diligence. As the mayor said, this has been going on since December. I'm exhausted. I don't know about you. I'm exhausted by this, but thank you. You shouldn't have to deal with this. I mean, truly, our job as a council is to watch out for you as citizens and represent you when you can't be here, but we are sure grateful when you show up and when you come and tell us what your desires are. I've been in those seats. I ran for city council because I had been in those seats and wanted to change the direction the Orem was going. Everything was going towards increasing density and high density, and I just didn't think that was the direction we wanted Orem to go. So I can empathize with your exhaustion. Thank you for your advocacy, for your engagement, for your caring about your community, about our community. Now, let me talk about a few things. First, let me say what we're not here to discuss today as a council. Some of you have truly understood this, but I wish we were here. We were here to discuss Wilkerson Farm, but we are not. I love Wilkerson Farm. I love that it provides enjoyment and entertainment for the citizens of Orem, especially our children. I've served, I've volunteered, I have supported children in our community for over 25 years. I love that it provided food to Tabitha's Way, a very deserving charity critical to feeding the hungry in our community. I love that it preserves farmland and open spaces in the city of Orem. I wish that we were here to discuss Wilkerson Farm and what we could do to preserve it. I would love to have that conversation, but unfortunately, that's not why we're here. And how I feel about Wilkerson Farm doesn't really matter at this point. Second, I want to address property rights, because I've heard this in our community also. I am a firm believer in and proponent of property rights. However, I also believe that the rights of one property owner should not and cannot infringe upon the rights of property owners around them. As I often say, you'll hear me say, property rights exist on both sides of the fence. So here is where city ordinances and zoning come into play. We enact city ordinances and zoning to protect all property rights of everyone in the city, okay? So these ordinances are in place so that everyone's rights can be protected. A very important part of my job as a city councilwoman is to enact, enforce, and maintain city zoning laws and ordinances in such a way that they protect the rights of all. I'd like to clarify a few things here on this particular situation. This property is zoned OS 5. As correctly stated, OS 5 can be a placeholder. However, it can also be what it is, an open space designation with a low density residential opportunity, a home for every 5 acres, in order to serve as a buffer zone, to serve as open space, to serve as what we saw in that picture all along those railroad tracks. The residential use allows the landowner to develop the property with 1 house for every 5 acres. That's the 5 in the open space 5. An important thing to note is that this landowner purchased the land with the OS 5 zone and has the property right to develop this property according to the current zone. No one's property rights are infringed upon or threatened by him developing the property in that zone. Property owners also have the right to make an application to the city to change their zoning designations. If the city agrees with the application, then the laws are changed and the property owner can do what they would like within those new zoning parameters. If, however, the city does not agree that the property owner, then the property owner does not have the right to do as they wish. A landowner's property rights do not include the right to a property zone change. Again, property rights extend to the current zoning rights assigned to the land. So we're here tonight to decide if we should change this land from open space residential to R8 residential, if that would be suitable for that area and also for our community. Once again, property rights exist on both sides of the fence here. One of my most important responsibilities as city council is regulating and balancing land use in our community and creating opportunities for families to thrive. Another critical part of that decision is asking, is this a safe, hospitable, livable location for housing? I need to ensure that neighborhoods, homeowners, and residents are protected and that proposed zone is appropriate for the area. We don't allow commercial or industrial in the middle of our neighborhoods. Good land use provides buffers and transition zones between uses. So let me define for you what a buffer is, okay? I looked up this land use manual and I really Googled a lot of stuff, but I got this definition out of this manual, okay? These are what the planners use. So a buffer or transition zone is a designated area in a land use plan where development intensity, building types, or land use shifts gradually to minimize conflicts and to create a smooth interface between incompatible zones. For example, from single-family homes to commercial or industrial areas. That definition right there kind of fits what we're talking about tonight. Buffer zones are essential. I recently was talking to a council member from Lehigh, and they have some areas in their city where they have residential next to industrial zones, and they are having serious problems with that right now, with the the complaints between the different uses. That's why we do transitional zones and buffer zones. I understand, with that picture, if you want to put that picture up for a second, if you look at this picture, I understand why this land was given the OS5 zone designation. Not only, if you can see, is there a freight train, I don't know if you can point to that, Jared, but there's a freight train and a commuter train noise. There's also an industrial. Do you want to show the industrial portion? There's just a big strip of industrial use right next to it. I drove down the gravel road there. It's not very, you have to zoom in more, but I drove down that gravel road between the industrial zone, and I got to tell you, there's heavy equipment, there's large machinery, just shockingly close to where this developer wants to put houses. There's also as has been discussed, the Union Pacific train tracks, with ground shaking freight trains that drive by and blow their horns almost nightly. There's the front runner train. I stood next to that where a house is going to sit when a front runner train went by. It was like a tornado. I can't imagine people living next to that noise. As a city council, we recently approved a subdivision right behind my house. So they're putting in the infrastructure there. For the past 3 months, I have had heavy equipment behind my home, starting at 7 a.m., okay? And per our code, it could go until 10 p.m. at some cases. It's loud, it's annoying, it's inhospitable. I can't imagine anyone living next to such a sound-intensive environment every day. Subjecting residents to that type of housing is truly unacceptable to me. It's essential to buffer and transition between these zones and uses and to match zoning and housing opportunities with locations. This subdivision would allow the creation of homes in a substandard, inhospitable location. Some believe that it would most assuredly be rentals. I think renters deserve better. They deserve to have someone looking out for them now before they even move into a home to rent. Our residents deserve quality housing options, and allow housing in such an area with inappropriate zoning is so unacceptable to me. The appropriate residential use for this land is 5-acre ranchettes, its current use. I feel strongly that I must protect future residents from an inhospitable living environment. This development just doesn't fit. The open space zone was wisely put there. It serves as a transitional zone, as we saw on this map. There's no housing to the east, and the buffer zone, like I said, is mainly adhered to up and down north to south. Frankly, it seems to me that maybe with some good marketing management, Wilkerson Farm could be a brilliant use for that property, quite frankly. And because I believe that this zoning request would produce two undesirable results. The first one being, it would remove the necessary and important buffer that the current zoning provides from the freight train and the railroad tracks and the industrial zone. It would also create, as I described, an inhospitable living environment for whoever is going to live there. The current zone appears to me to be appropriate for this land. It was the zone that was in place when the land was purchased. And as I said, you have a right to use your land according to the zone that it has. You do not have a right to a zone change. I will be voting against this rezone request. Thank you.
Thank you, Lene. Who'd like to go next?
Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. And it's been an exciting first meeting in our city council chambers. Orem is 95% built out, and we need to keep our open space because once it's gone, it's gone. We have plenty of residential homes in Orem, and our focus should not be to build more homes, but it should be to revitalize our existing neighborhoods, period. We do not need any more traffic in Orem, as our streets are very, very busy, and we all live through it. Governor Cox on April 24th, 2025 issued a drought executive order, which he stated, "We've been monitoring drought conditions closely, and unfortunately our stream flow forecasts are low, particularly in southern Utah," said Governor Cox. "I urge all Utahns to be extremely mindful of their water use and find every possible way to conserve. Water conservation is critical for Utah's future. The more homes we build in Utah, the less water we have to sustain our current needs." I've read a lot of interesting things on Facebook about Wilkerson Farm because Facebook is the best place to get good information, which it's not. It's a bunch of garbage out there, but people can say what they want. But when I was reading on Facebook, which I don't do a lot, but when I was reading on Facebook, things were written that what is going on within the city council and the ins and outs of our meetings, and I'm not sure the misinformation about Wilkerson Farm. And I'm not sure how this person got this information, because if it's going on in the city council, then somebody must be speaking to somebody. I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. I have the OS5 code in front of me, or zone, right here. And it states, "Open space shall mean any area of land or water that, one, is not part of a residential lot, two, is devoted to environmental preservation, agricultural production, or outdoor recreation, and three, generally lacks buildings or other structures except for structures that are subordinate to the customarily incidental to the use of the open space. Recreational facilities shall mean facilities designed for recreational use such as parks, playgrounds, athletic fields, pathways, or pedestrian bicyclists, and other similar uses. The OS5 zone, in the OS5 zone, the OS5 zone is established to promote a large lot developments at the density not to exceed one dwelling unit per 5 acres, and to promote the preservation of open space. Nowhere in this zone, or this zone, does it say that it's a holding zone. This is an actual zone. And this is what the property is zoned at, OS5. You know, I hear that private property rights, I'm 100% on private property rights. But if I bought a home and it's zoned R8 and I want to change it, then I've got to go before the council and get it changed. If I live within my means and what I bought the property as, OS5, I deal with it, right? So the property that is zoned OS5, when it was bought, is zoned OS5 and as a buffer zone from 2 railroad tracks and the commercial buildings. In my opinion, there's no compelling reason to change this from OS5 to R8. I'll be voting to keep the OS5 zone and keep our open space in Orem from being built upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Who would like to go next? Tom?
First of all, I'm so impressed with how well you spoke and how articulate my fellow council members are in expressing their views and doing it very well and well thought out, and I respect them and appreciate that. I think part of my approach of this comes because I've served on the Governor's Committee for Housing. And as you know, he also, in addition to talking about weather, he's talked about water rights. He's talked about 30,000 homes being built. And it granted 40 or 50 homes on this part. Doesn't really move the needle. But in December, when we had discussion, and James and I talked about that, there was a discussion that they wanted to be treated the same as Northeast Orem. And Northeast Orem recently went to R8. And as you know, that same property that was being discussed the night you all were here for an enduring meeting. And I talked to the developer and I just said, look, I kind of liked townhomes against the railroad tracks because I thought it provided a buffer. I thought my colleague David Spencer had a great idea of maybe storage units right there against it and have R8 in front of it and storage units behind it. But in either case, that didn't seem to be going. And so I probably used a poor choice of words, James, when I said, hey, I talked to the developer and I talked to the representative of the landowner and said, yeah, I did think in favor of it, but I'm not going to do it unless it's R8, and you guys figure out what price you need to make that work to go R8. So I probably did use the word broker with you, but that's what I did, James. I talked to the two of them and said, hey, these people in Southwest Orem want to be treated the same as Northeast Orem. We ought to go R8. I have a brother-in-law who lives in this area who's not particularly thrilled with me either. So, but I wanted to be treated the same. I wanted, and we talked in Northeast Orem, we said R8 is the gold standard, and it was not zoned for R8 at that point, and we made the change to R8. So to me, it seemed fair to do that here. And Lene and talked absolutely specifically that master plans can be changed, and she did that very well. But there was a time when we thought about this being local family homes. And so to me, this seems like we move the needle ahead. We bring people into these homes with minimum impact, not no impact, but minimal impact. The same impact that happened when your home and my home was built on a farm or an orchard. We're going to be allowing new people to move here, and I will be voting in favor of a zone change.
Thank you, Tom. Who would like to go next? Yeah. Chris?
Thank you. I also appreciate the comments that have been made, and it's been an evening that has provided me opportunities to hear and review the things that have been heard, and by all of us on the council, and we've been contemplating this for some time. I appreciate the efforts of each one of you who have strong feelings about what way we should go with this property. I do have the opinion that several of you have about the property rights, the ownership. Also appreciate Councilman Millett and also Councilman Spencer and their thoughts and processes and what they're thinking, so that the needs of all are considered and weighed importantly as this piece of open property is being considered to be used for homes. As has been said, the master plan said that it would possibly be, but not necessarily be. And so as I've weighed the pros and cons of all of those options and choices, recognizing that when a decision is made, some are impacted one way and others will be impacted the other. As I've weighed this out, I felt that as we've gone forward and those same reasonings that I'm coming to with my decision tonight have been based on neighboring properties, on other situations, and on the open space that's available there. So just to express my, again, feelings for all, I respect and appreciate each of you and your opinions. And as I've weighed heavily on this thought process even this evening, I'm going to vote in favor of the R8 zone change.
Thank you, Chris. Jeff?
Again, thank you for being here and enduring the long evening. And as Lene said, it's exhausting. So thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Thank you for participating. I don't know that I have anything really new to add to what's already been said, but I do have some things that I do want to, some thoughts that I've had that I would like to share. It was my understanding, first of all, if I could also say thank you to the Wilkersons for what they've done over these past years. I've never been a farmer. And I'm sure that is hard work, and they've done some great things for the community. Also, Al, I want to say thank you to you for the great work that you have done and continue to do in providing food for those who don't have it. I think that's one of the most noblest causes that we could be engaged in. When the conversations that I've had, when this was zoned OS5 back previously. And the thought with the council then was that this would be changed to low-density residential. And part of that reason that it was zoned OS5 at that time was because they didn't have a way to get water to the end of the row, so to speak. They didn't have the infrastructure to make that happen, which we do now, or we're in the process of doing that with a 10 million gallon water tank and other work that has been done over the years. Some things that are concerning to me. First of all, Peyton's Crossing, which is directly west of this piece of property, was OS5 and then changed to R8. Those are beautiful homes, and I've driven through that neighborhood more times than you could imagine, and I've driven where this piece of property is. Those are beautiful homes, and I think it's a beautiful neighborhood. I have concerns about one property owner being treated differently than another. And one of the things that I've gone back to when I ran for city council years ago, one of the things that I heard about repeatedly was the concern of high density housing. And so that was what I ran on. I'm against high density housing, but I also said that I was in favor of a slow, measured, metered approach to growth. I feel like this is slow, it's metered, and it's measured in adding this R8 quarter acre neighborhood. I've talked with other farmers. I talked with another family in the area that they farm, and I said, is this something that you would ever be interested in purchasing and making a go of it? And they said, it's not big enough. It's not big enough to be a farm to make a profit. And now there may be other farmers that would have a different perspective or a different outcome on that. The challenges, someone, I apologize, I don't remember who it was that said it, but they talked about challenges in their neighborhood. Another concern that I have is right now we have the opportunity to make this nice, low-density residential homes. But my concern is that down the road, if the state starts mandating higher density and this is sitting open, then all of a sudden we don't have that opportunity to make it R8 and it becomes something different that none of us want. The homes along the tracks, I understand the concern about that. I mentioned this a couple months ago. I took the opportunity to drive through some of the residences in Orem and along where the railroad tracks go as far up into American Fork. And I thought, well, if nobody wants to live here, there are either going to be empty houses or there are going to be a lot of houses for sale. I saw one home that was for sale that was actually along the railroad tracks. I do have a concern about the working together with Provo and them getting this road done and that not impacting the neighborhoods unfavorably. And I would like to see some coordination between Orem and Provo so that when that's done, maybe they get theirs done first before we start this subdivision so that that's already done and then we move forward. And then the other concern is just always the concern, and I think someone else mentioned this earlier, of possibility of a lawsuit against the city for one property owner being treated differently than another. I think it's fair. I think it's a beautiful area. And I think in my mind, I think R8 makes sense. I know that people here don't agree with that, but I feel like that's a good use of this land. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, can we just address the lawsuit? Should we ask Steve if that's an issue? Do we have to be concerned about that, Steve, on our vote tonight?
Well, you never know, right? You never know if somebody's going to file a lawsuit or not.
Anybody can file a
So-
lawsuit for anything, right? But a legitimate, I mean, doesn't LUDMA protect us as a municipality in our ability to legislate the use of our land?
It's a very,
I understand that's pretty strong Utah Supreme Court rulings.
yeah, state law gives municipal city councils a lot of discretion in making zoning decisions. It's a very high bar, a high standard for somebody who wants to challenge, a landowner who wants to challenge a city council decision. Basically, not to go too deep into the weeds here, but the standard is, that the council decision would have to be found to be arbitrary and capricious, which again is a high legal standard. There have been lawsuits in the past where developers or owners have sued cities based on their zoning decisions. Of course, I'm in no position to say whether that might happen in this case or not.
Well, and you're always good to tell us both sides. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. I'd just like to give my opinion unless anyone else has anything. So here we are. I want to thank you, council members, residents, and neighbors. Thank you all for your commitment and thoughtful participation tonight. We're here to decide something that will have permanent consequences on our community, whether or not to rezone the property where Wilkerson Farm resides. And I want to be very clear from the outset, this is not just another land issue. It's about the future we are building or destroying for our children and their children. Wilkerson Farm is not just a patch of land. It has been the heartbeat of this community. Every fall, families pour in with kids to enjoy something real, something grounding. It varies, but my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is it produces approximately 250,000 pounds of fresh food most years, food that supports local families and a more resilient local food supply. It supports dozens of small businesses and employs seasonal workers. Most important, it teaches kids where their food comes from. It strengthens our economy. It binds us together. And yet tonight, we are being asked to rezone this land from OS5, open space farmland, to residential. Let's talk about that. We've talked a lot about property rights. I respect property rights as much as anyone, and more than most. And yes, property rights matter, but let's be honest, owning property does not mean you can do whatever you want to with it. That's the entire point of zoning. That's why you can't build a 5-story building in a neighborhood of single-family homes. That's why you can't open an industrial plant in the middle of a residential block. And that's why tonight it would be reckless to allow high-density housing or next to an industrial corridor, not high-density housing. It would be reckless to allow this housing next to an industrial corridor, a freight line, and a commuter train. Our job, your job as council members, is to protect the public good, to think long-term, to weigh the irreversible nature of this vote. We're already seeing the damage from the high-density decisions made in the past. Residents are tired of traffic, tired of congestion, tired of feeling ignored. This is our chance to do better, not just for now, but for generations. As far as consistency and precedence, we've had difficult decisions before. Think about Canyon Park just a few weeks ago. First, 250 units were proposed. They were denied by the city council. Then 108 units were proposed. That was denied by the city council. Then an R8 zone was proposed, a compromise, and was approved. That decision aligned with our values. However, that was downzoning from commercial to residential. Downzoning is one thing. This is different. Upzoning from OS5 farmland to residential density is something entirely different. That adds pressure, more cars, more people, more strain. It doesn't preserve our identity, it erodes it. As far as infrastructure, now let's not just pretend this neighborhood can absorb this. We have no idea what Provo's doing on their side with the road. I've received so many photos showing cars lined up and down the roads surrounding Wilkerson Farm. Parking is already a problem. Traffic is already a problem. And we're considering increasing density. Where is the plan to support that? Where are the guarantees that we won't be making the same complaints we're hearing today, only worse? Now let me get personal for a minute. When I was a teenager, I stayed over at my friend Albert's house, right next to the train tracks. Every night, the ground shook, headlights pierced the room, horns screamed, and we couldn't sleep. We couldn't even talk. That was life by the tracks. I asked Richard Wilkerson what it's like now when we went down to see the property. He told me the front runner feels like a tornado. The freight train feels like an earthquake. And now we want to build single-family homes right next to that. Let's be honest. Every sound barrier we've ever built along freeways, along Sand Hill Road, through UDOT projects, the one we're doing on 1600 North, they exist for a reason, because sound pollution is real. It's a health hazard. Studies and even AI tell us constant exposure to train noise leads to stress, cardiovascular risks, and sleep disorders. And we're going to put families there? Are we really going to use human beings as a buffer zone between the tracks and our existing neighborhoods? And this project has 53 homes. Well, 12 of those 53 homes are right on the tracks. 4 of those are just off the tracks. So essentially, 16 of the 53 homes are right next to the tracks. Let's remember why the OS5 zoning was there in the first place. That farmland isn't just nostalgic, it's strategic. It's a protective barrier between disruptive noise and our residential core. It shields families from train vibrations, industrial yard activity, and freeway noise. To remove that buffer is to deliberately expose people to noise, risk, and stress. And for what? A few dozen more homes? 53 homes? We've already got 25,000 homes in this community, and we need 53 more. We need to lose this farmland. This is what it really comes down to. Over 1,000 residents have spoken out against this. I personally have heard from fewer than 10 people who support it. Every survey, every call, every email I receive points to one conclusion: our people don't want this. And frankly, this is common sense. This isn't a hard vote. We are the stewards of this community, not just for today, but for tomorrow. Let's not trade Orem's long-term health for short-term gain. Let's not unravel the values we've worked so hard to preserve. Let's not abandon the farmland that's fed us, connected us, and grounded us. For all of these reasons, tonight I will vote no on this proposed rezoning. Let us protect the public good. Let us preserve our values. Let us keep Orem the city we all love, and not the one we wish we could get back. Thank you.
Hey, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. I'll make a motion. A motion that the city council moves to deny the ordinance by amending Article 22-5-3A in the zoning map of the city of Orem by rezoning the property located generally at 710 West, 2000 South from an OS5 zone to an R8 zone, approximately 14.1 acres.
I'll second that.
I didn't hear what you said. You want to vote? We got a motion in a second. Ready?
Yeah, we've got a motion in a second.
Aye.
Wait.
You're voting to turn it down.
Yeah, because I saw to deny, which I'm voting aye to deny.
Okay, so this is a vote to deny.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay,
Well, Mayor, I make a motion that the city council moves to approve by ordinance amending Article 22-5-3A and the zoning map of the city of Orem by rezoning the property located generally at 710 West, 2000 South from the OS5 zone, to the R8 zone, approximately 14.01 acres.
I second that. Aye.
Are you ready for a vote? Aye.
nay.
Nay.
Aye.
Nay.
Louder, Jen.
Aye.
Okay, the resolution passes. Okay, let's go ahead and wrap everything up. I've lost my agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you take it?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Let's move on to item number 13. Let's move on to item number 13. Bren? Thank you.
11.3, you mean?
11.3, Mayor.
11.3 up here.
Oh, my goodness.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Item 11.3. Sorry, Bren. I lost my agenda.
Mine doesn't work, huh?
Okay, resolution 11.3, a resolution, community developed block grant, CDBG, projected use of funds for fiscal year 2025, 2026. Taylor, would you like to present that?
Yes, I'm actually Heather, but
Yeah.
Taylor was on the agenda. I apologize.
Yes. Yes, Heather.
Yes, so this is the same budget we went over. Let's see if this will present. There we go. This is the resolution, the same numbers that I presented last time, a little over 30 days ago. Oops, I'm sorry.
Could you help me with that, Heather?
Yes.
You presented it, but we had to wait 30 days to
We
vote
did.
on it. Is
There's
that
a public
correct?
comment
So
period.
this is something you've already gone over with us, and now we're voting yay or nay. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, let me see if I can get this fixed real quick. And these numbers have not changed since we talked about it last time. Okay. So the final statements are our Orem Police Department Victim Services will get $30,000. Orem Police Department Homeless Services, just under $1,900.
Can you make that a little bigger on your screen? Is there a way to do that? Or no?
Let's see here. Yes, I can. Does that work
Go.
for you?
That's better,
Okay.
thanks.
Critical home repair, $57,000. Neighborhood revitalization, $1,800. LMI playground equipment replacement, $288,000. CDBG administration, $126,000, $30,000 of which will go to Orem City administration. Section 108 loan
Excuse me,
repayment.
just a moment. That's a certain percentage that's approved by the...
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, by HUD. Code enforcement, 161.5. Rocky Mountain University, a regional project, just under 15 grand. Centro de Educación Financiera, 35,000. Big Brothers Big Sisters, 10,000. And the Fuller Center for Housing of Utah County, 17,000. So we just need a motion, I believe.
May I? Mayor?
Would somebody like to make a motion? Chris?
I move that the city council moves to approve the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, projected use of funds for the fiscal year 2025 through 2026.
Second.
Vote.
Aye.
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 Resolution is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 11.4, care tax distributions for fiscal year 2025, 2026. Brandon? Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, come on, you've not done any hard work, would you?
Yeah.
That is hard work.
And again, before you go through these, David and Jeff, are you two on the committee, perhaps others? And this is what you recommended some time ago. And again, it's the same thing. We saw it before and we're just approving it now. Thank you for that clarification.
There we go, sort of. So this is the full distribution. So before, what we had shown is the pieces related to our mini and mid-major grants, as well as the major grants, primarily on the arts side of the distribution. So that's what you see here. And then if we scroll, these are all of the items that were on during that work session that we discussed.
Hey, would you go back?
Yeah.
To the top there?
Oh,
the refuge, what artistic rec thing do they do? What is the refuge?
Oh, you're going to make me try to remember that.
I thought,
Actually, I got.
oh, it's $150. Okay. I thought they were like a women's shelter or something. Is that a different one?
Okay. There we go. So those mini and mid-major grants are 126,000. The two major grants, jumped over. The Sierra and the Metropolitan Ballet, the two major grants awarded are proposed to be awarded 984,909.
Brandon, before you go off that slide, I see Adams here doing the light night with us. This is like maybe 250, 300,000 more than we were able to grant in the past. Go back a few years. Is that correct, Adam? I'm so grateful that you're here and able to use this money and that the citizens have voted for care tax. So thank you for being the rock star of the care program, at least on the art side. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Brandon, that's the max we could give them, correct? At 35%?
Oh, thank you. That's it. Thank you.
So then we have the remaining dollars in relation to what we are budgeting for the half related to civic related items. So we have library hall technical upgrades. And then each of our recipients have the opportunity to book the library hall for their performance if needed. And so we if you will, reimburse Library Hall for the use thereof. And then the remaining money basically goes to what we are saving up for the improvements we hope to make down at the heart of downtown in the Sierra area. Then when we move to the recreation side, we have our co-sponsored groups. Our events group is looking for chairs, tables, a trailer, and some safety barricades I believe they're primarily for Orem Fest, but any of the events that they feel like they need to have those in place for. And then various of our parks related to the various things that are in there. I believe Community Park is a playground, if I remember correctly. And you're testing my memory as to what each one of them were. Maybe Bryce would even be able to let us know specifically what some of those were if you had questions about them.
I think Community Park was restroom rebuild and some shade over the playground.
Okay. So, oh yeah, Foothill Park was the playground, correct? Yeah. Okay. And then there's an administrative fee tied to the totaling the budgeted care tax amount of $3,350,000. Is there any questions related to any of these items?
No.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion. The City Council hereby authorizes the distribution of fiscal year 2025-2026 care tax revenues to the organizations and projects and in the amount set forth in Exhibit A.
Second.
Aye.
Oh.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Turns out.
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry, aye.
The ordinance passes. Thank you. Thank you, Brandon. We're up to 11.5, public hearing, resolution, fiscal year 2025-2026 tentative budget adoption. Brandon, you're still there?
You're not mic'd. You're not mic'd. You're not mic'd.
Oh, well, that's good to know. All right. So, see, how do they say that? So our what we've been working for the last basically 5 months, 6 months working on is finally here in relation to the presentation here of our tentative budget. First off, just so you're aware, I know you did not receive the budget. We have a new software and we're working through the production of the budget's done within the software program, but the production of the document, we're still trying to work through that. So you'll be receiving that hopefully by the end of the day tomorrow or shortly thereafter. But so we pulled the numbers out of the actual program for this presentation. As you can see, our proposed tentative budget is a little over 177 million. Last year, our current fiscal year budget was proposed 160 million. So there is a $17 million increase in the total proposed budget, and we'll touch on some of the reasons for that. Just as a reminder, various meetings that we've had over the last few months in relation to the retreat, as well as various work sessions leading up to this point and the various dates and topics covered in those work session meetings. Some of the budget highlights, as mentioned, increase in total revenues, primarily due to the various items mentioned there. And a big portion of that increase is related to our enterprise funds, the water reclamation and stormwater, which we'll touch on a little later. This budget does fund all of the city's compensation, primarily the step adjustments and anybody who is still on the merit system. So covers all of those increases. It also provides targeting for any market positions that need to be adjusted based on when HR reviews those. So there's if you will, a pot of money to try to cover any of those that are identified when that occurs. The health insurance, we have a pretty large increase that is projected come January 1, unless things improve dramatically, is my understanding. So that also is.
That follows a large increase this year too, but a giant discount 2 years ago. The right numbers?
Correct.
Right dates?
That's correct, yeah.
If you can remember from our fleet replacement during one of the work sessions, funding $2.8 million worth of fleet items, as well as $32 million in capital projects. So just to give an overall overview to give you an idea of what it looks like from the perspective of the city as a whole. An increase you can see in the revenues, our transfers and appropriations to come up to that 177 million. The general fund of that, you can see from the revenue standpoint, that $15 million increase, approximately 3 million of that is in our general fund, 3 million of that is in our water fund, and 9 million of that is in our water reclamation fund. So 15 million of that, of that 15 million is those three funds in particular.
Say, Brandon, you don't have some more, oh, there you go. Maybe you're going to revenues by major fund. I was just trying to get more clarity on that increase from 160. You're going to get into that?
Yeah. Okay. Just to give you an idea of the size of each fund, where those dollars lie in relation to the revenues associated with each of the funds, and how they are in relation to that 177 million total. So as we touch on, let's see, I went the wrong way. Oh, that's interesting. Same slide. Oh, no, general fund. There we go. So as we talk general fund, as you saw, it was just under half of our total revenues in relation to the general fund. You can see here the slight increase in revenues as well as transfers in from other funds to pay for various services that are housed within the general fund. And there's if you'll see the bottom line there in the totals, the 78 million compared to the 75 million, the revenue increase there, about 500,000 of that, $500,000 of that is sales tax estimate increase. Everybody cross your fingers. Property taxes, we're proposing about a $300,000 increase. Then there's a various smaller ones that are in, so cemetery, 80,000, ambulance, 150,000. And the other large one is in relation to our fire contracts with Vineyard and Linden, and those are approximately $800,000. So that's probably one of the biggest pieces that falls within here as we prepare for primarily the Vineyard Fire Station coming online and all the things related to that.
So is this your normal conservative nature?
I will say that no, it's not my normal conservative nature. It is relatively aggressive. I won't say ultra aggressive, but it definitely is pushing the needle.
Okay, perfect.
Just to give you an idea of where do our general funds revenues come from, the various sources. As you can see, taxes continues its decline in relativity to the whole, and its charges for services continues to gradually rise. And so, those are slight concerns, as we've discussed before, but you can see they're not huge changes from that year, and they weren't a huge change from the year before either. But anyway, it gives you an idea of where those revenues are coming from. As I mentioned, sales tax being one of the out of that $70 million in the general fund, almost half of that, 32 million, is coming from sales tax. And then you can see the estimate that I put in. That's approximately, the fiscal 25 estimate is approximately a 1% increase. And then the fiscal 26 proposed item is about a 1.5% increase above that fiscal 25 projection. So when you talk about, am I being aggressive or not being aggressive, that part right there is obviously subject to debate about whether or not we're going to get to that 1% even through the end of this year. We're currently at break even. So when you're talking 1% for the remainder of this year, and then a 1.5% going into fiscal 26, that's a little too far out there for my magic ball to guess. So we're, again, being a little bit aggressive there. I mentioned property tax, and you can see kind of a history of our general property tax and the estimated increase. We have a rather decent number of projects that came online here, and so we expect that to jump up a little bit in that regard. And so we're again being a little bit more aggressive in that regard. Franchise taxes have been pretty flat recently, and so we're not budgeting any increase there in franchise taxes. That also is somewhat of a hedge against those other two that I just mentioned, property tax and sales tax. So, you know, because franchise taxes are primarily based on a lot of use. You know, your Rocky Mountain Power and Enbridge now. Enbridge are two of the big pieces of that. Franchise tax, as well as Comcast. And then, so in telephone, although telephone's been just gradually declining, but those three are the three that are a big piece of that. Building and service charges, you can see for, you know, a little bit up in business licensing, a little down in our building permits and related fees. So nothing wildly one direction or the other in that area. Are some other items of note that are rather large revenue pieces in the general fund are interest earnings, which, you know, recently have been very beneficial to us. But as rates decline a little bit, and as we spend money on a certain building, as well as some other projects that we have, we expect those revenues are going to drop down a little bit. And then an increase in our ambulance fees as we continue to, especially as Vineyard comes along and we continue to grow, if I call it grow, but improve our ambulance transports, as well as the collection, which is one of the bigger pieces of that, is not only just having the transports, but how well you collect on those. There is obviously a potential. We do have a rather decent high amount of Medicaid. So if recent legislation happens to impact Medicaid, that potentially could have a negative impact there. But again, it's nothing that's I can rely upon. So I have to rely upon where we've been and where, you know, to go forward. Just to give you an idea in relation to this budget versus our current 25 budget and the categories where those funds are expected to be spent. And you can see, despite that $17 million increase, you know, a big piece of that is going towards capital, which, you know, we might expect as we start touching on the enterprise funds here next. As you've been well made aware of in relation to our water reclamation, the sewer fund, you'll see a large impact there. And so that's a big piece of that change. This gives you an idea of where each fund, their money goes in relation to the whole and in relation to each category within each one of those funds. And so, and again, it's just to give you a relative idea of where that money is spent. You can see our personnel, the majority of that falls within the general fund. Whereas if you go to capital, you can see a large portion of that goes to our three largest enterprise funds. Some of the items that for the general fund in particular this year that were expansions are which we've mentioned before, would be the AI reporting software for our police department. They're currently in a trial testing it out phase, but we wanted to budget some dollars in case they decide that that's something they want to pursue after going through that initial tryout. Then our patrol officers replacing rifles, so putting that in a more rotational basis instead of always in a big lump sum type of situation. And then setting aside some money for the library admin remodel, area remodel, which we may or may not need that, depending on how the other projects go, and remaining funds that may be available that may not be necessary to use. And if that ends up being the case, then that just falls to our reserves, which then you'll recall the big transfer that we come back and we transfer to our CIP fund. Those dollars just fall into that transfer. Some other personnel additions. We have, due to that vineyard expansion I mentioned, we have 3 firefighter paramedics included in this budget. We also, the new training facility, as that fire training facility comes online, need a person that oversee that. And obviously the hope is that we budgeted a little bit of revenue for the current fiscal year, but the hope would be that once that facility is fully operational and we've got a schedule in place that we can offset some of those costs with additional fees in relation to use of that facility. Then there's also a deputy fire marshal to expand the oversight of the, inspection operations and other building necessities. And so there's a addition of a deputy fire marshal there. And then our public works department, they have a need for a GIS technician. So we have someone who basically, I'll call them a gopher. They can go out and do a lot of the small things that our current GIS staff have to go do. And so this individual would go out that, and this technician would be entirely allocated to our enterprise funds. So even though there's a cost there, there's an allocation that covers that cost within our general fund. And then obviously our new Heritage Park, as that comes online, there's various equipment and personnel needed to operate that facility as that becomes fully operational. As we mentioned in a previous work session, the total of our fleet replacement, that $2.8 million. And just to give you an idea of where those funds are, that fire apparatus, you'll notice it's relatively low, but that's because we'd set aside some funds elsewhere that we're going to be using in the current year to fund various things, as well as potential in the future funding those large dollar items that they have through financing. And then, a lot of these things within there are sinking funds for those large vehicles that you can see the 1.2 million. So that when those vehicles are ready to be purchased, we need to replace, those funds are already available and we don't have to fund all of them in big swaths. There are already funds available to pay for those. In our streets department, there's not really anything new. This is the biggest thing on here is, you'll notice the second item from the bottom is the Memorial Trailhead. Most of the other items on there are normal, other than the Lakeview Parkway project right above that Memorial Trailhead. Those two items are probably the biggest change to current funding as opposed to other years that we've had. And that is something that we're looking forward to being able to accomplish. I believe that's up by the cemetery area, if I remember correctly. Moving on to, are there any questions about generally overall, as well as particularly the general fund? Great. Our debt service fund, there are basically only a few items remaining in our debt service fund. We have one general obligation bond. We have the new sales tax revenue bond that we got for the public safety improvements. And we have a Siemens lease, which was for energy improvements that continues. And then the fourth item is the Utopia covering the Utopia payment. So those are the four big items that fall within the debt service fund as far as making the payments on those particular debt issuances.
And how much does that Utopia payment go up every year? Will you remind me?
I believe it's 3%.
And does that increase every year too?
It does.
2% to...
There is we have budgeted a corresponding revenue increase, reimbursement from Utopia to cover that increase. So the net
cost for that Utopia is technically zero. Does that make?
The net
Yeah, so-
increase is zero.
Yeah, there is no net increase in the total cost because we've budgeted both a revenue increase for an expected amount that we will receive from Utopia or UIA that offsets the increase in that Utopia payment.
Yeah, but we still have the debt till 2040.
Correct.
Are you seeing, or do you have any stats on the implications of the Skylink? Is that what it's called?
I don't know anything about that.
People transitioning to that? You haven't, that's not in the ballpark yet, or not in our view yet? Okay. We're still increasing in subscriptions.
Yes, it's my understanding.
Brendan, just out of curiosity on Utopia. I mean, so the revenue from it is offsetting this cost right now, right?
Correct.
Just out of curiosity, when was the crossover? I know in the beginning, it did not cover it for quite a few years. Do you know when the crossover was?
2022, I want to say 21.
But again, it only covers the increased payment. The net payment stays the same. So if we were paying 3 million and then it's 3 million too, they give us 200,000. And then it's 3 million four, they give us 400,000. But the big chunk, and I'm making up a number, I'd love you could correct it, but they're only covering the increase so that our baseline payment stays high until 2040.
Okay, that's
which
good
is
to
approximately
understand.
2.6, 2.8, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay, so the baseline, whatever that number is, if it's 3 million, who knows what it is?
Something.
But that baseline, we are actually paying
Correct.
out of city funds, and then the increase is being covered.
Correct. Right off the top.
It's projected that the baseline will never go down?
2040.
Well, when it's over, but I mean, it will not?
They're only budgeting to handle the increase.
Okay.
Did you want to correct me, Brent?
So Roger Timmerman, the director of Utopia, he's actually currently scheduled to come and share kind of the full picture of what they're currently experiencing and somewhat of what they project. So this is something that we can kind of follow up on with him. I would say that their projections about the future are becoming more and more optimistic than the other way. One other change that happened a little bit earlier was that the city also used to subsidize operations, and we haven't done that for several years. Also, what Utopia will tell you is that they are accounting for the amount that each city is paying out of their own coffers. And that is an increasing liability on Utopia's books. So even after 2040, when the debt is paid back, they would continue to pay back us and other of the original cities that amount of liability that's been increasing over all this time.
And then they're adding more cities. Are they still adding more cities?
Yeah,
Okay.
One of the more recent ones was Pleasant Grove City and Bountiful.
And that benefits us also, correct? But not, I mean, I understand where we are, but I mean, as long as they can.
They are charged a little bit more than the original cities, from what I understand.
Yeah, that'd be great for him to come because I'd like to get clarity on from the beginning how this whole thing worked and where we're at now. Thanks.
Thank you. We got to fix that. So then we move on to our internal service funds. Internal service funds are designed in a way because they generally help all departments of the city. And so they have their own fund in order to allocate, to provide us with a better tool to allocate their costs to the specific groups that use their services. And this just to give you an idea of the magnitude of those 5 internal service funds, which total just over $10 million. And, the various things, our fleet maintenance, pretty obvious, self-insurance, so our workers' comp, liability, property liability, those are the 2 bigger items within their unemployment. Those are the big 3 that were within that self-insurance fund. Obviously, we had a mention about being sued. Self-insurance covers those kind of lawsuits as well.
And so IT department, our facilities maintenance group handling all the various buildings, and then our warehouse and purchasing group. All right, now we get into our enterprise funds. So the water fund, some of the big things that we were talking about here is down in that left corner, 2 new fees, basically related to Jordanelle Water and the Deer Creek project, as impact fees in water have, for the most part, dried up and have been covering a lot of the costs associated with particularly Jordanelle. It's become necessary to be able to pay for those through a separate fee related increase. And then on top of that, we have our water base rate up on the right corner there from 2117 to an increase of 2181 for our base rate on a 3/4 inch meter. And then there's various increases to the tiers related to usage. Just to give you an idea of, even with those increases, where Orem falls within that increase, keeping in mind this particular chart. If you'll recall, there's another chart at the very end talking about if they have an average increase across their utilities, and we'll show that as far as in a total. This particular one is strictly related to, this is what their fee, as far as we currently know that it is, in relation to our fee, which we are saying what it's going to be. Water reclamation, you can see the fiscal 25 estimate and our fiscal 26 proposal, obviously a rather large increase. That's due in part to both or primarily to the base rate. You can see there the increase from 1698 to 2182 as we prepare for the big things that need to be done down at the water treatment plant. And so that we can get that ball rolling, that will probably and more likely than not require a debt issuance to be able to complete those projects, but we needed some seeding to be able to get those things rolling. And then you can see on this chart, again, even with that increase, you can see where Orem's rate falls in comparison to many of our constituents, comparables. And that's still in the bottom half, if you will, in relation to that. Many of these cities have had to do the similar thing, because there are many of the big reasons why we're having to make those adjustments is because of various EPA regulations, which not only affects us, but is affecting most, if not all, of these cities as well. Our stormwater fund, a modest increase in the ESU rate, which you can see the effect of that increase. And then in relation to where that would then put Orem in that those same cities, still very comparable and in regards to that particular rate. I should mention, when we're talking about sewer here, even though the base rate is increasing, which is a large portion of that, 2 of the biggest items in there are Linden and Vineyard, who will be paying us for their share. And so that is being accounted for in the current year. So out of that $9 million increase you see there, about $6 million of that is related to those 2 entities. So it's not necessarily that entire base rate is making that increase. So just to make you aware that it's not all on our citizens, a lot of this increase is then being obviously reflected in Linden and Vineyard making payment to their share of the water reclamation, the treatment plant.
Okay, so just to clarify, $9 million increase, but $6 million of that is going to be paid by Vineyard and Linden.
Correct.
But it still will result in this 28% increase on our residents' bills?
For the base rate, yes.
For the base rates? Those are going to, okay, thank you.
Correct. Our recreation fund, Just there are some increases in relation to fees. There were also some decreases. And so in relation to our, as you can see in the little note there on the side, memberships continue to increase. Our indoor classes are going crazy. So that's obviously
Well, how are we doing that? Because we only have a limited facility size, right? Are you maximizing our facility better, Bryce? What's your magic there?
This includes the Sarah, Hillcrest, and the.
Oh, okay. So we've added Hillcrest. Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you.
Correct. Our solid waste fund, as we've accumulated a little bit of reserves over the last couple of years, and so we've elected to propose that we don't increase the rates in relation to our garbage, and we'll maintain that for at least this year, just to make sure that we're being good stewards of those funds that we've been received. You'll remember from North Point's presentation, that doesn't mean that our cost is not going up. North Point's obviously going to increase I'll call it relatively substantially. And waste management, I'm sure, will also come back with some increases as well. And so we'll have to monitor that as we go forward, not necessarily for fiscal 26, but when we look at this again next year, we'll have to reevaluate it at that point. And you can see, leaving our fee where it is, where we fall in relation to other entities in the area. So talking about all of the utilities put together, you can see, and there's a very small note at the bottom, which you can see, which indicates that this table assumes an average, which we've gone back in time and evaluated each city's average increases over time, and it's approximately 4.9%. So we applied that percentage to their fee in relation to our increased fee, and you can see where we fall in relation to that, which even with all of those increases that we've talked about, we're still very, very well positioned in the relation to our utility fees. With that, are there any questions about anything there? Great.
So, Brandon, is there somewhere are they going to send this to us, or is there somewhere we can see this?
You said in a day.
Yeah. So, no, I mean, obviously the presentation will be available online, but then having an actual budget, we're hoping to get that to you tomorrow, by the end of the day tomorrow, if not on Thursday at the very latest.
Is that this presentation?
No, it would be the full budget. This will be available basically tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'd like to get just this presentation. Okay. I want to see the rest too, but I'd like to see something.
Yeah, I'll provide that to Teresa. Teresa will make that available, and then we'll also be posting it on our website as well.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Mayor, if I may, for all of you who are still here, we've been going through this for some times in work meetings, and I appreciate the summary you gave us tonight. Oh, this is a public hearing, so I can't.
Yes, it is.
Yes. So any questions for Brandon?
So just to give you an idea, obviously this is a public hearing primarily in case anybody wanted to indicate, but this is the first time you're seeing the guts of the whole thing put together. So, the idea here is you'll receive that. And if there are any questions in essence, close to the next 30 days, we'll have a meeting. We have the meeting on June 10th to adopt the budget. So, you have that amount of time to take input from citizens or thoughts that you might have or things you're wondering about that then can be brought forward as when we have that adoption meeting.
Sounds good. Any other questions for Brandon? Okay, let's go ahead and open this up to the public. If there's any public that has anything they want to say about the budget.
Council and the executive staff, I, as a resident, appreciate the detailed look at and the physical conservative nature of the budget. We have done an outstanding job in this community, and I give plaudits to the mayor, to Brandon, and to all of the staff for holding the line to have an edifice like this with no bonding, no increase in taxes is amazing in our current economy and in our current governmental spending sprees that we can see all around us, emanating from Washington as well as from our capital city. The hope and prayer of all taxpayers is to get more services with less tax burden. And Orem is the shining example across the state and in the nation of doing things the physically conservative, the correct way. And if we can make that the Utah way over what has been previously called the Utah way, would be an outstanding legacy for all of you. Realizing that increasing the enterprise fund's fees is a small form of tax increase because it's all on the back of the same taxpayers is a minor point to someone who abhors tax increases such as Utah County has done within the last few months. I'm not asking you to take on the burden of administering Utah County, but they can learn some things from you guys. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I can make a motion if you want.
First, I need to close the public hearing.
Oh, yeah, I thought you closed it. Never.
No.
We'll close it already.
Any other comments? Okay, thank you. We'll close the public hearing.
Okay, I'll make a motion.
Now you can make a motion.
The city council by resolution adopts the fiscal year 2025-2026 tentative budget and sets a public hearing to adopt the final budget on June 10th, 2025.
I second that.
Aye.
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 The resolution passes.
Jen off.
Jen dropped off.
She had to go. All right, thank you, Brandon. Next up, we've got item 13. Bren?
I don't have anything, but I did receive a message about some sad news about a former council member. Councilmember Dave Spencer knew this individual, so I was going to let him share that.
Yeah, we'd like to take a moment to remember former city council member Les Campbell, who passed away this week. He served the city from 2000 to 2007 on the council. Les also served on the planning commission. He was very passionate civic servant who helped make the care tax program happen and did a lot of great things in Orem. Also his wife, Linda, who also passed away.
Les was my seminary teacher in high school as well.
Wow.
So I've known him for a year or two. I saw he passed.
And I think Adam knew the Campbells quite well.
Of course.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Okay, we're on the agenda. We've got to adjourn to a meeting of, that's still
Do you need a
on here.
motion for that? Mayor.
Hang on here. Yes, I need a motion to adjourn to a meeting of the Orem.
Mayor, I move
Redevelopment
that we
Agency.
adjourn to a meeting of the Orem Redevelopment Agency, RDA.
Second.
Go ahead and vote.
Aye.
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 Oops,
Aye.
My mic was.
Okay, we'll adjourn to a meeting.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the RDA consent items. Approval of the meeting minutes, June 18th, 2024.
I second that.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the consent items pass. Item 16, RDA scheduled items. Item 16.1. Brandon, you're back.
I'm back. All right. The Redevelopment Agency of the City of Orem is a separate legal entity. So as such, we need to hold it has its own separate budget. And so we needed to just touch base on it. All of the old RDAs are now completed, and the only remaining active one is the CDA, which is the down at the mall. And so there are no more incoming funds in relation to the old RDAs. And so therefore what you see here is you can see down in the expenditures area there, the University Place CDA incentive. As we receive the property taxes for that entity, that area, I should say, we remit 90% of those dollars back to the University Place folks, and we retain 10% of that 10%. 5% is paid to the general fund for administrative purposes, and the other 5% is retained within the CDA, the RDA, for future use for infrastructure needs. There are remaining funds in the old RDAs, which we gradually are spending. But so there, you still see that very bottom item, the project area totals, the $65,000 there. So there's also an administrative element to continuing to administer those, as well as some costs from a reporting standpoint that are part of that. So you can see that's pretty small as far as comparative to the remaining CDA. Are there any questions?
Okay, and no questions? We'll open this up for a public hearing. We'll close the public hearing.
Go ahead, Dave. Do your thing.
Motion, man.
Mayor, I'll make a motion. That the Board of Directors of the Redevelopment Agency of the City of Orem, RDA, by resolution adopts the fiscal year 2025-2026 tentative budget and sets a public hearing to adopt the fiscal budget on June 10th, 2025.
Second.
Aye.
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 Aye. Thank you, Mark.
Mr. Mayor, I move that
Passes.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I move that we adjourn to a meeting of the Orem Special Service Lighting District, SSLD.
Second.
Aye.
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 And
Make a motion that we approve the SSLD consent items, approval of meeting minutes, June 18th, 2024.
Aye. Oh, second.
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 Aye.
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 Aye. You got to turn your mic
Okay.
down there, man.
We need to figure out why mics magically turn off.
Currently, it's programmed to not allow people to talk over each other.
Oh, we definitely got to get rid of that.
Yeah.
We could look
As
at
per Lene.
tightening it, but that also helps with our AI being able to capture what everyone says.
So technically, What? So I vote, then I turn my thing off, and then she votes, and she turns her thing off?
Speak one at a time.
It's to the fourth person because it turned mine off.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's going to slow down our voting process. We'll have to see what we think about that. Okay, we approved
The minutes, now we have
the minutes, and now we're at 19.
one.
SSLD scheduled item. 19.1, public hearing, resolution, special service lighting district of the city of Orem, fiscal year 2025-2026 budget adoption. Brandon, you're still there.
I'm still So again, the Special Service Lighting District of Orem is a separate legal entity, so it has a budget. You can see what the expectation for our proposed budget for the street lighting is. It does include a fee increase, which we'll touch on in the next slide, but you can kind of get an idea from where their revenues come from. And then what those revenues are spent on. Primarily at this point, Chris mentioned the last lighting district is being completed. And so this is basically a maintenance budget at this point. And as well as we have added the holiday lighting component to that since that was such a hit, and to provide more permanent funding for that event. And then, as I mentioned a while back with the debt service fund, the energy, so the street lighting fund pays the debt service fund for that debt because a large portion of that lease payment is related to changing all of the light bulbs from regular light bulbs to LED light bulbs. So the street lighting fund pays for that. And then, as mentioned, an increase from 316 to 328 in the street lighting fee. And that's what I have for the street lighting fund.
Thank you, Brandon. Any questions? Okay, we'll open up a public hearing on this issue. We'll close the public hearing on this issue.
You want me to make a motion?
Yes.
The Board of Directors of the Special Lighting Service Lighting District of the City of Orem, SSLD, by resolution adopts the fiscal year 2025-2026 tentative budget and sets a public hearing to adopt the final budget on June 10th, 2025.
Second.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
The resolution passes.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn to a closed door session. Can I not do it?
Okay, hang on 1 second.
I want to get it.
We had a change of plans.
So Steve, do we just say we move to adjourn then? Or do we have to cancel this?
That's correct. No, you just move to adjourn. If you don't feel the need to go to a closed door.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
Second. Aye.
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 We are adjourned. Thank you for those who endured.